Good morning. It's 5 a.m., and I'm Sam Rutherford with your top stories. A new trial hearing for a Texas teen convicted of murder. Prosecutors called the deadly stabbing unjustified and plain and simple murder, while the defense poorly argued that Carmelo Anthony acted in self-defense when he stabbed 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet in Frisco, Texas in April of 2025. ABC's Dave Packer reports.
The Texas teenager Carmelo Anthony appeared in court Thursday, this time before a new judge as he pushes for a new trial. A jury rejected his claims of self-defense in June and sentenced him to 35 years in prison for killing Austin Metcalf during a confrontation at a high school track meet. Wednesday, the former judge was removed from the case after Anthony's legal team argued he'd enforced overly strict courtroom rules and gave an interview after the trial was over. Dave Packer, ABC News.
And a Colorado man who went missing in East Nashville over the weekend has been found dead, according to Fox 17. Metro Nashville police say 31-year-old Connor Anderson was discovered Thursday in a wooded area near a parking lot at 14 James Robertson Parkway. Authorities say there are no immediate signs of foul play, and the medical examiner will determine the cause of death. Investigators say Anderson had flown from Colorado to Nashville for a work conference and was staying at the Millennium Maxwell House Hotel. He was last seen early Sunday morning near Woodland Street and Main Street in East Nashville. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage, phone records, and bank records during the search. And an early road closure this morning, I-24 eastbound between Bell Road and Hickory Hollow Parkway. They were out doing road work this morning, and there was a crash in the construction zone. I am looking at the traffic cam right now. It is backed up. If you can find another way into Nashville this morning, avoid I-24 eastbound between Bell Road and Hickory Hollow Parkway. The market numbers report pre-open this morning, brought to you online by Beacon Capital Management at beaconcm.com. The Dow futures are up 168 points, the S&P futures are up 25 points, and the NASDAQ futures are up 185 points this morning before the market opens. That's the latest news. We'll have a traffic report coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. Okay, as previously mentioned a few minutes ago, there is a closure for a crash investigation on I-24 eastbound between Hickory Hollow Parkway and Old Hickory Boulevard South. That's exit 60 to exit 62. Really hard to have that happening this morning. And I'm looking at the traffic cameras. It is completely backed up, gridlocked, shut down. Find another way into work. If you take I-24 eastbound, it is closed between Hickory Hollow Parkway, exit 60, and Old Hickory Boulevard, exit 62. I'm Sam Rutherford.
5:05, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends and hope you are doing well. And welcome on into a Friday. It is August 21st. So I guess what we're doing, Sam, is musical chairs. So Weaves is out today. So Jay Harper went to go work in the afternoon. You are working in the morning. And Joan will be back on Tuesday. So RJ Garner, or RJ, is running the board this morning. And you, listening on the radio and watching on YouTube and Facebook and all that, thank you very much for being here. It is indeed August 21st of 2026. There is a lot going on today. I'm listening to Sam's report on what is going on with the Carmelo Anthony trial. You know, they're asking for a new trial. And so we're finding out a lot of new information, disturbing information, not only about Carmelo Anthony, but also the victim, Austin Metcalf. This is all part of the evidence that apparently is now coming out in this request for a new trial. So first, I'm going to talk about the new evidence regarding Carmelo Anthony. And I got to tell you, it is disturbing. These are text messages that were sent by Carmelo Anthony. Listen to this. One of the text messages that he sent said, "I'm low-key on the verge." Now, part of this text messages was a photograph of a knife alongside the message, "I'm low-key on the verge." Now, I don't know exactly what "I'm low-key on the verge" means. I'm assuming, though, that it means that he's sort of just, laying low, but he's got the knife in his bag and he's ready to deal with whatever it is that he has to deal with. So that's number one. Number two, and by the way, the state prosecutor, guy by the name of Bill Wersky, whatever, he says that text message and others are evidence that Anthony was in a violent state of mind before the stabbing occurred. Dare I say he was thinking about killing someone. There was also a stalking complaint from Carmelo Anthony's girlfriend, Wersky, telling the court that Anthony's former girlfriend, Valeria Perez, visited school officials on the morning of April 2nd of 2025, saying that she had ended the relationship and alleged that Carmelo Anthony had been stalking her. According to the prosecutor, Austin Metcalf was killed about an hour later. Here's another one. Licking the blood off the blade. State prosecutor Bill Wersky, again, telling the court investigators, recovered a text message in which Carmelo Anthony allegedly fantasized about stabbing someone and licking the blood off the blade. Prosecutors argued the message reflected a violent obsession that predated the fatal confrontation. That does sound a little creepy. That does sound a little violent. It does sound like Carmelo Anthony, he was looking for a fight and he was in a violent state of mind. At least that's what it seems like to me. According to the Daily Mail, Wersky said during the hearing, there is a text message where he fantasizes about stabbing someone and licking the blood off of the blade. Apparently as well, his parents, according to the new evidence, and again, this is Carmelo Anthony in their quest for a new trial, they're also saying that his parents sought a special program for Carmelo for children who struggle to control their aggression. The prosecutor also claimed Anthony had a history of initiating fights. According to Wersky, again, the state prosecutor, Carmelo Anthony's parents enrolled him in that special LSU program for kids who had trouble controlling their anger and keeping their hands to themselves while they were living in Baton Rouge. So I don't know about you, friends, but that sounds a little disturbing. Now let's talk about Austin Metcalf. Because there's some allegations, not some allegations, these are part of the official record when he was a juvenile. And it's not pretty. Allegations of racist graffiti, allegations of saying things that were incredibly racist as well. And there are juvenile records of bullying, again, of the racist graffiti, graffiti regarding the N-word. He was arrested in elementary school for shoving a girl to the ground. There were other reported incidents as well. Eventually admitted that he had some anger issues and he was consumed by addiction. He also, if I'm not mistaken, utilized the term lust. And so Austin Metcalf eventually admitting to a church group that, yeah, he had some problems. Now, the reason why Austin Metcalf's behavior was not brought up in the original trial, and the reason why the text messages were not brought up in the original trial as well, is because the two sides had an agreement. And that agreement was, and they call it a gentleman's agreement, was that this was all apparently, according to the attorneys, not necessarily relevant. I would say that clearly these text messages from Carmelo Anthony were relevant. I could also say, okay, and make the argument, okay, then you can talk about Austin Metcalf and, some of the things that as part of his record that he did in the past. Was that relevant to the fight? Was it relevant to Austin Metcalf's murder? The fact that he had racist graffiti in his past, or the fact that he had been, bullying or shoving a girl, or other reported incidents as well. Does that have any indication or anything to do with his murder? I don't believe that it does. I don't think that it does. Because Carmelo Anthony, regardless of his skin color, regardless of anything else, he was sitting underneath that tent, the tent where his school was not supposed to be and he was not supposed to be, and he was sitting there. And his parents, and what did we all say when we were talking about this episode? What did we all say about Carmelo Anthony? It seemed like he was trying to initiate or instigate or provoke some sort of a reaction, and he got a reaction from Austin Metcalf. And I believe that Austin Metcalf would have reacted regardless as to whether or not Carmelo Anthony was white or black or whatever. But Carmelo Anthony, seems to me he provoked it. Seems to me like he was in a violent state of mind. His girlfriend had just broke up with him. He said that he was low-key on the verge with a photograph of the knife in his bag. It doesn't excuse racist graffiti and the other things that Austin Metcalf did. That is clearly bad behavior, but did it have anything to do with his murder? I don't think so. Did Carmelo Anthony even know Austin Metcalf or those allegations? No. Carmelo Anthony didn't. They didn't know each other. So for me, a number of things can be true. Number one, yeah, Austin Metcalf did some stuff that, if my son did that, I'd be horrified. The other things that can be true as well is that despite that, clearly, obviously, Austin Metcalf, he didn't deserve to be murdered. The other thing that can be true, Carmelo Anthony, he was absolutely in a violent state of mind. He was absolutely, in my opinion, trying to provoke or initiate a fight. His parents knew that he was trying to initiate fights. That's why they enrolled him in that special class or program at LSU, because he had a history of initiating fights. And part of initiating fights is provoking people. So yeah, I think this evidence, the text messages from Carmelo Anthony, I'm low-key on the verge with the photograph of that knife, the stalking complaint from his girlfriend, the fact that she had broken up with him on that same day that Austin Metcalf was murdered, and licking the blood off the blade as he seemingly fantasized about stabbing someone. All of that is absolutely relevant to what we saw and what happened underneath that tent in Frisco, Texas. So if you have any comment on this, the super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. It is 5:15. All right, so Sam is getting ready to do the traffic, right? So time to check the roads on WTN.
Yeah, still have that Closure, I-24 eastbound between Hickory Hollow Parkway and Old Hickory Boulevard. It's closed for a crash investigation. They were doing road work this morning and someone crashed into the construction area. That is our only point of concern this morning. And just a reminder that the Tennessee State Fair is still ongoing out in Lebanon. Got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, so I want to get this straight. So Sam, you are doing traffic and news.
Yeah.
RJ's running the board. Jay, who is filling in for Joan, is now in the afternoon.
Yep.
And Weaves is out today.
Yes.
Okay, so I think we got all that straight. Your first newscast was nails. Nice job, Sam.
Thank you.
So I know this is confusing for all of us involved, but that's okay. And RJ, thank you for showing up this morning.
Well,
Hey, I'm
and
just happy to be here.
and insider baseball, as you like to call it.
Yes.
Your camera's down again.
Okay, good.
But I'm going to fix it.
All right, good.
Guys, don't worry. The YouTube chat already blamed Joan for breaking it.
You know what?
Not even here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Joan's the only one that we cannot blame, and me. So, because I wasn't here either, and shocker of all shock, the third day in a row we show up and we've got some kind of issue. By the way, so RJ, you need to turn your mic up a little bit. Levels all over the place this morning, so I'm going to go and throw everybody under the bus. Who can I blame for the camera being down? Sam, anybody in particular?
China.
China. We can blame China. Do you know what's so bizarre? Then I promise I'll get back to content. Do you know what's so bizarre? Is that the other day, was it Monday that my camera was down, Sam? So Monday, my camera is down. We had great numbers. That's the weird thing. It was like, oh, okay, Mandis's ugly arse face is not on the stream. Well, then it's safe to go look at it then. And everybody went to go look at the YouTube camera video thing. So anyway, whatever. So fix it, don't fix it, call IT, call engineering, don't call them. Whatever, I've had it with the equipment. Anyway, moving right along. It is 5:17, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Just to kind of let you know where we are going today, you heard the Red Eye guys talking about this. The fake news got a very real punishment. The New York Times now has to pay over $9 million in damages after an Alabama jury found that they identified the wrong guy in an Alabama murder. This guy was a basketball player. And how many times do we have to hear this? Where the New York Times, they had, I guess, an anonymous source, and the anonymous source was very wrong. And so now this is the first time in 50 years that the New York Times has lost a defamation lawsuit. And now this guy, Kai Spears, $9 million richer. New York Times, they're trying to decide whether or not, and I'll tell you the full story coming up, but the New York Times is trying to decide, okay, what do we want to do here? Do we want to actually try and appeal this to a higher court, or do we just say, screw it, and we're going to pay the money? Because this guy, the Times reporter, Billy Witz, he trusted a source. And ultimately, his source, and old Billy there, he was wrong. And this guy's life, this guy, Kai Spears, his life was ruined. He was named as the guy in this murder by the New York Times. He had multiple threats from the like of Twitter, Instagram, people telling him to go kill himself, people calling him a murderer. And he was his life was absolutely ruined. He says, I did nothing wrong. He wasn't even in the car at the time. There were other guys in the car. He was identified as being in the car, and he wasn't even in the car. The report in the New York Times was 100% inaccurate. And it took them months to finally admit that they had made a mistake. Now, this is, in recent history, the New York Times, the old gray lady, right, had a lot of issues, New York Times, in the last several months. So we'll go over some of them. Part of this discussion, I will say, is newsrooms are bare these days. Newsrooms, they don't have any veteran reporters anymore. in the sense that, okay, so what's happening in the journalism business? What's happening in the journalism business is, the people, the reporters that have a lot of experience and they have, proper perspective. Well, guess what's happening to them? They're getting fired. Newsrooms are getting downsized. And so now they have the younger reporters that are in there, and they don't have the experience that the old guard does. And so the old guard, because they got downsized, now you've got these youngsters in there, and they don't know what the hell they're doing. They don't have, oftentimes, they don't have the proper perspective. They don't have the news chops, and they don't have the ability to do journalism the way that it's really supposed to be done, because these days, unfortunately, these younger journalists, they don't look at it the same way as the old guard. These younger journalists, they're all about agenda. No, I don't know exactly what happened in this case, and I don't know exactly how they got it so abhorrently wrong on this murder case where they now have to pay a $9 million judgment. But we'll get into some of this and a whole lot more straight ahead. Also, the reunion that no one saw coming, that is something we'll cover in the 6 o'clock hour. I'm going to give you a hint. Donald Trump and the guy that called Donald Trump a Cheeto-dusted cartoon villain are apparently now friends again. It is shocking that I woke up to this story. It is all straight ahead, 522, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Sam has the news coming up at 5:30. Sam.
Yeah, coming up, Dan, a Nashville man may catch a break he doesn't deserve, according to some, and a stellar example of why I don't ride the fair rides. That and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk and 99.7 WTN.
527. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning, 615-737-9986. By the way, a great weekend of weather ahead. Today, high of about 90 degrees, possible rain. Saturday, sunny and 91, possible rain. But Sunday, no rain, a high of 90, and the humidity over the next 3 days is going to get consistently lower. So it sounds like if you want to do some outdoor activities, Sunday is going to be the day to do it. By the way, I love this, 4702. Hey, Mandis, PSA, don't ride the swings at the state fair. Sam's going to be reporting on this. Y'all remember a couple of days ago when we were talking about the state fair? What did I say? I said, I never, ever, ever ride to the state fair because they're rickety.
Dude, I wouldn't. I don't trust Universal Studios, man. Like I got severe coaster anxiety.
Well, see, Universal Studios and Disneyland, those are all fine, well, and good.
Until they're not.
It's just you're a lot of fun, Sam.
The Final Destination ruined roller coasters for an entire generation of people. Well,
no, and I do get that, but I mean this video is crazy. So what happened was, and Sam, I don't mean to blow I've got some video here. I don't mean to blow your bit, but basically what happened is, and Sam's going to be reporting on this, but basically what happened at the Wilson County State Fair is, I don't know what ride you call this, but it's the ride where these people are like on a swing and they're going round and round and round. And so the swing lowered them into the metal gate around the ride. And so I'm just telling you, if you're a guy, that could do some serious damage, if you know what I'm talking about. And so their legs are running across the metal gate. I mean, I don't understand how this happened, because this is a ride that, they do this ride every year, all the time. I mean, it's a very popular ride. So they closed the ride, obviously, but I don't know. Sam will tell you in the newscast if anybody was hurt. But it's crazy. So Sam's got that story straight ahead. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Should we do a daily Dan poll? RJ, who is in for, RJ's in for Sam, who's in for whatever. RJ, you want to do a daily Dan poll real quick?
Sure. What poll are we doing?
Do you, on YouTube, do you feel safe on fair rides? All right, I want to know, do you feel safe on fair rides, or do you ride the fair rides? You figure it out. But I just want to know, because of this situation at the Wilson County Fair, this looks horrifying, by the way. I don't know if anybody was seriously hurt, but I'm curious to know where people are on the fair rides. It is 5:30. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. Got a lot more straight ahead on WTN.
It is 5:30, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your top stories. A ride at the Tennessee State Fair in Wilson County has been shut down after it malfunctioned, injuring 9 people Wednesday night, according to WSMV. Also, according to emergency officials, 4 people were taken to local hospitals for evaluation after the incident involving the Wave Swinger ride. That's the one with the chains and the chairs on it that spins around like a merry-go-round. Authorities say all reported injuries were non-life-threatening, and those hospitalized have since been released. The Tennessee Department of Labor and Workforce Development has issued a cease and desist order preventing the ride from operating until a required inspection is completed and state officials determine it is safe to reopen. Investigators are now working to determine what caused the malfunction. The ride had passed a third-party inspection before the fair opened earlier this month. A Nashville man accused of secretly recording women during sexual encounters has pleaded guilty to 4 counts of unlawful photography, Fox 17 reports. However, a Davidson County judge has not yet accepted the plea while considering whether the defendant could receive judicial diversion. More on that in a second. Matthew Vollmer originally faced 8 misdemeanor charges after investigators discovered videos allegedly recorded with a hidden camera concealed inside an alarm clock. Prosecutors say multiple women were recorded without their knowledge or consent. If granted judicial diversion, Vollmer could avoid a formal conviction while completing court-ordered supervision. If diversion is denied, the guilty pleas could result in convictions remaining on his record permanently. A future hearing will determine that decision. And questions are being raised about former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's 2023 decision to remove then Congressman Eric Swalwell from the House Intelligence Committee. A new Fox report says recently, declassified FBI records and a federal investigation involving Swalwell have renewed scrutiny of concerns that were previously dismissed by several top Democrats. The report notes that Democrat leaders, including Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi, had defended Swalwell and criticized McCarthy's move at the time. According to Fox News, that newly released FBI documents detail interviews with Swalwell related to an investigation involving suspected Chinese operative Christine Fang. The report also notes that federal agents recently seized Swalwell's electronic devices and searched his Washington home as part of a separate probe into alleged sexual misconduct. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
You want those now or?
Still just dealing with that closure, I-24 eastbound at Hickory Hollow Parkway and Old Hickory Boulevard South. I'm checking the traffic cameras. It is backed up. There was construction this morning on the interstate and then a crash in that construction zone, and there's an investigation underway. If you take 24 eastbound into Nashville, I recommend finding another route in around the Old Hickory Boulevard exit. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. And welcome on in. For all the people that are asking regarding the video, can we turn that down a little bit there, RJ? Attaboy. For those people that are asking on the Super Text line about the YouTube video, it is not working this morning. Again, we're just going to move on. It's all fine, well, and good. The engineers and everybody will work on it at some point over the weekend. All right. So it is 5:38. It is time for...
Sam's World, party time. Excellent. Jones out of 10.
All right, so with Joan out of town and Jay is, of course, working in the afternoon show because Weaves is gone. Sam is doing the news, but we are still doing Sam's World. So, Sam, the first story that you have, you can go ahead and you can set it up.
All right, which one are we rolling with? I'm just going in order.
The one that says then and now.
Oh, my goodness. All right, so... As people have seen, Chris Hand did a great job yesterday, if you were listening from 9 to 12, covering the Lindsay Clancy murder trial and how people are coming out in support of this woman when they probably shouldn't be. And this is compared to Susan Smith, who in 1994 drove her car into a body of water with her sons locked in it and then blamed it on, a random man.
Depression and all that. Well, yeah, she did. She blamed Susan Smith.
Yeah, so this is the contrast of the Clancy supporters to what mothers were saying about Susan Smith a little over 30 years ago.
All right, so this is the news report. You can make sure my audio's up. RJ, make sure my audio's up. RJ, make sure my audio's up. Okay, so is my audio not up there, RJ?
It shouldn't take a tragedy, rather, for people to take mental health seriously. Now, those supporters, they are starting to clear out, but they were gathered just behind that yellow tape this morning as Lindsay Clancy was brought here. Hundreds of them standing in solidarity as she arrived. Now, although they weren't able to physically see her, only the van that she was driven in. Clancy is accused of killing her 3 children. Her attorney is mounting an insanity defense, saying that she had postpartum psychosis, was over-medicated, and not criminally responsible. Defense attorney Kevin Reddington spoke briefly this morning on his way into the courthouse about why this case is resonating with so many people coming out.
Pause it there.
You have hundreds of women dressed in pink. This is a woman that strangled her 3 children in the basement, and it seems to me anyway, like it was premeditated. Just real quick, she sends her husband out for food, and she sent him to a restaurant that was pretty far away from the house so that she would have time, in my estimation, to do all of this.
So if you'll back out and in the same post, they've got the news report from 1994. It's on the same link, but it's a separate clip where, this is just compare and contrast how these mothers reacted then. Susan Smith, I think she said that her car was carjacked by a black man and then driven into a body of water once he realized that her sons were still in the back of it.
Unfortunately, I don't see another link regarding that.
No, it's the same link. Just back out of the full screen. There'll be another video clip.
Oh, got it.
Right next to it.
Uh-huh. All right. Let's see. Well, I don't know. You're just gonna have to set it up because I don't see where. But you're right. Susan Smith, she did blame a black man way back when. I don't even remember what year that was. That was so long ago. But,
it's that other clip right there. It should be in the same post.
There we go. Yep. And go ahead and let's go ahead and play.
They were screaming at her that she was a baby killer.
Well, she was.
Yeah.
She was a baby killer. So, 1994, then and now. You had Susan Smith, and she was being yelled at and called a baby killer by folks. And now here we are in 2026, where people are supporting this woman who killed her 3 children, allegedly, I guess. Part of this discussion is that she jumped out of the window, trying, I guess, to commit suicide or something, and now she's paralyzed?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, one of the things that these women are saying is that she was over-medicated. She did have doctors that were giving her a lot of apparently different medication. I don't know. I haven't really kept up with all of it, but it just does seem bizarre that you have all of these women that are out there supporting a woman who killed her 3 kids.
The crazy part is you argue that, postpartum psychosis is a real thing. You can be supportive of that aspect of the story, but the women that are coming out in support of her are saying, well, you're just not watching the trial. They're setting her up. It's like, no, you guys don't understand procedure and what has happened. They have conceded several times that she killed her kids. The argument here is she's not guilty by reason of insanity, which is what they're trying to prove. And that's kind of hard for some people to comprehend because we took civics out of the high school curriculum.
All right, Spencer Pratt, next.
Yeah, so the LA mayoral debates are heating up, obviously, and Nithya Raman gets absolutely bodied by the moderator here, talking about homelessness, talking about how they've reduced it, even though they just legalized, if I'm not mistaken, being able to camp in parks again.
We can end street homelessness. In my district last year, we reduced street homelessness by 49% over the past few years that I've been in office. We've reduced tents, RVs, and encampments in our district by 70%. This is possible to do.
So you challenge the 49% figure?
No, I don't challenge the 49%. The question is, who did it? The 49% was done by Inside Safe.
No. Sorry.
Encampments
I'm so
off
sorry.
Of the 405
No.
freeway that we removed. The encampment on the. Wait a minute, now it's my turn.
But you were interrupting me the whole time.
The encampment off of the 101 freeway was removed by Inside Safe. You have had encampments. You also have no problem with encampments being in front of schools.
Absolutely not. We don't have any encampments near schools in our district.
Well, you don't
there
have
were when I first started.
See, this is the issue, is that the audience doesn't know who to believe, and they don't have a lot of confidence in either of you have the definitive plan.
Well, that is true.
Well, and it's case in point. All of these mysterious overnight votes that she gave a concession speech to Spencer Pratt, essentially, and then all of a sudden she gets launched forward into the runoff with her and Karen Bass, right. And it makes no sense. Now, this next clip, I think Chuck Schumer has lost the plot. I think he is completely mentally absent upstairs. The fireplace is not on. The lights are not on. Nobody is home because of his support of a certain candidate.
Look, the bottom line is we're going to win Michigan. Let me tell you why we're going to win Michigan. First, El Sayed has brought in new energy and new talent into the Democratic Party, but also in Michigan itself. But second, Michigan, Trump has so bungled the Michigan economy. You know, the numbers for Trump on how well he's doing in keeping costs down in the economy is in the low 30s. In the country, it's in the high 20s in Michigan. Why? He created a trade war with Canada. Anyone who's halfway decent as president knows that the Michigan economy and the Canadian economy are totally intertwined. And he's blown it.
So one of the things that Chuck Schumer will probably forget talking about the economy and all those things is obviously when Joe Biden was president, gas prices and the inflation were through the roof. That's number one. Number two, for Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden and the Democrats, one of the things that Abdul El Sayed wants to do is have open borders. Well, when you have open borders again and you stop all of the mass deportation, what are we going to see? We're going to see depression of wages yet again as it relates to construction work and customer service work and those kinds of things. Also, let's not forget that we had rents that were higher and mortgages that were higher as well. Real estate was higher because of all of the illegal aliens that were in our country. So as far as the economy goes, I mean, I'm not going to defend Trump's economy because, yeah, we've got some challenges right now, but I certainly don't think the answer is Abdul El-Sayed and the Democrat socialists.
Yeah, don't forget Medicare for all on that as well. Where does that money come from?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And Schumer, not to belabor the point on the DSA, but clearly Schumer is worried. Schumer is scared, like a lot of these folks on the left. They're scared. The reason they're talking about this big tent that the Democrats suddenly now have, they have all this room for the DSA, the Israel-hating DSA, is because they're afraid that they're going to be left behind and the DSA is going to be to the forefront. So if you can't beat them, then join them. And that's what the main line of the Democrats, like Chuck Schumer, are doing with the DSA. Next.
All right. So this is going to be, I know how we feel, audio-only audience, but this is a T-shirt. If you want to get a copy of it, I'm going to try to find it. This man has got a shirt on. I believe he's at the airport. It says, "I support LGBTQ." Now, Dan, read off what he supports.
Okay, I will. Thanks, Sam. I support LGBTQ. Liquor, guns, beers. I don't want to say the T word, but it's the
tatas.
It's the T word for boobs.
Tatas.
And quickies. I would love a piece of that wood. Okay. That's right.
I thought it was fun.
It is very funny. I support LGBTQ.
Yeah, and it's your right. I wouldn't say that that's necessarily what's the word I'm looking for?
Would your wife let you wear that shirt?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. She lets me wear a shirt that says bourbon makes it better out in public.
RJ, are you married? Would your wife let you wear that out in public?
I am married. My wife would not let me wear that in public, but she would think it is funny.
So I don't know if Amy would let me wear that out in public. She as well, though, would find it funny.
It's a conversation starter.
Oh, it certainly is a conversation starter. All right, real quick. We did a Daily Dan poll. We're talking about the situation regarding the swings ride at the Wilson County Tennessee State Fair. Do I have that right, Sam? The Wilson County Tennessee State Fair.
Yeah.
It's the Tennessee State Fair. They now have it in Wilson County. And 9 people were injured on the swings. As you very accurately reported, it goes round and round. And it lowered people onto that metal gate or fencing around the ride.
At full speed.
At full speed. So people's legs are running, and hitting the fence. I mean, it had to be painful.
Yeah, 4 people were hospitalized. They've all since been released. So no major injuries as far as that's concerned. But I mean, it fuels the anxiety about that kind of stuff. And so I think, what is the poll saying?
Yeah, what is the Daily Dan poll saying there, RJ?
So final results of the poll.
Well, what was the question? What was the question?
Fair rides. It's no, 86%, yes, 14%.
RJ, you wearing headphones? RJ is not wearing headphones. Wow. Radio 101, youngling. Always wear headphones when you're on the air.
I had them on originally, but then I couldn't hear Sam talking to me.
Okay. So how did we frame the question on the Daily Dan poll?
Do you feel safe on fair rides?
Okay. And people said, what's the percentages?
86% say no, 14% say yes.
Okay. Very good. So, it's amazing that, and I'm not dissing on the fair. If people want to go to the fair, all well and good. But when I opened up the question on the super text line as well, people were like, oh, heck no, they're not going on those rides. By the way, apparently, Sam, 4702 says you can get that shirt on Temu.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Listen, I'm just saying, if people want that shirt, they can get it on Temu. So are you on Twitter, Sam?
Yeah.
All right, so then just repost that on Twitter.
Probably will.
Yeah.
Now, do you want to dive into that last clip, or do you want to go to my extras that I sent you earlier this morning?
What I want to do is, right now it is 5:51, Super Talk 99.7 WTN 615-737-9986. People are really reacting to the fair rides. 1949 says, when is people going to quit going to these damn fairs? People like the fairs by and large. I mean, don't they?
Yeah.
I don't.
I mean, I don't go for the rides. I go for the vegetables, the animals, people doing, their stunts, the fun little shows that they have going on. That's why I go.
Right.
If I want to get tossed around and my life, put in danger, I want to do it, in my own hands, like going out on the boat, going
That's exactly
four-wheeling,
right.
something like that.
Well, I always feel like last time I said this, I got like a lot of hate. Do you trust the people that work at the fair? I'll put it that way.
I trust the people. It's, this ride was inspected by a third-party company, and it passed all the quality control metrics, but it's unpredictability sometimes.
Right. 3304 asks a really good question. Why did they stop having the fair in Nashville a couple of years ago? They moved it to Wilson County. I don't remember why they did that, but they did. And that was a bit of a controversial move.
Let's see.
And I don't remember why they moved it. I remember they had some problems. 4702 says, yeah, I go to the fair for the food and for the people watching as well.
All right, so it officially moved from the Nashville home at the fairgrounds in Nashville to Wilson County in 2021, primarily due to severe space constraints and land redevelopment at the Nashville Fairgrounds. So the soccer stadium being put in was a huge issue.
All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and as we grow as a state, the fair grows as well. You have new attractions, new companies that are going to show up and want to participate. So you need the space for it, and Wilson County provides that space.
All right, it is 5:53, Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Sam has the news coming up at 6. Sam.
Yeah, is the new Madrid at fault? And why are the Royals returning? Those stories and more coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:57, Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. By the way, real quick, Sam, because we haven't done traffic in a minute, is that 24, is that still shut down?
No, it is open again, but there's another crash, I-24 eastbound before Old Hickory Boulevard. It's been cleared. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's the same crash. So it's cleared in the Laverne area on I-24. Interstate is reopened. It was a tractor trailer versus car.
Man, we are having a lot of those.
Yeah.
What is going on the roads?
I have a theory.
What's your theory?
Our infrastructure was not made to handle this much economic load into town. You know, the more we grow, the more we build, the more supplies need to get here, the more semis have to bring them. Yep. And we're working with a lot of two-lane interstates for the most part.
Also, let's not forget the South is growing big time. And so a lot of these trucks may be taking, goods through Nashville to get to, some other part of the region. And maybe that's also part of the problem. So anyway, we keep seeing these things. So keep it slow, keep it safe. And as far as your weather goes, sounds really good for today and this weekend. Today, a high of 90, possible rain, about 20%. Saturday, sunny and 91, possible rain as well. Sunday, no rain, a high of 90. And
I've got that humidity for you, by the way. It's just going to feel so nice.
It is going to feel nice.
74% today. It's going to taper off to 64% tomorrow. Sunday, going to be a nice, crisp 58%. Almost that pre-fall feel as the sun sets and it cools down a little bit. So it's going to be nice. This is front porch sitting weather. Get the fire in the backyard going weather. This is the weekend for it.
I cannot wait. Thank you, Sam. Sam's got the news coming up at 6 o'clock. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 6 a.m., and I am Sam Rutherford with your top stories. Well, it was an unusual overnight event in western Kentucky where severe storms, a confirmed tornado, and even an earthquake were all reported in the same area. According to Fox 17 meteorologists, a magnitude 2.3 earthquake was detected early Thursday morning as strong thunderstorms moved through the region. That would be the New Madrid fault line. The quake occurred near an area where a tornado had been confirmed on the ground. Officials say there is currently no indication the earthquake and severe weather were connected. It's not the end of times. It was not a sign of the apocalypse. The earthquake was detected near that New Madrid seismic zone, a fault system that stretches through parts of the central United States and is considered the most seismically active region east of the Rocky Mountains. More than 6 years after stepping down as working members of the British royal family and moving to the United States, Prince Harry and his wife, Meghan Markle, are now planning to move back to the United Kingdom. Sources tell ABC News the couple and their 2 children will live in the country as private citizens. ABC News chief international correspondent James Longman spoke with ABC News podcast Start Here from outside Buckingham Palace.
We don't know why now. We can speculate now. So the timing seems to be ahead of this new school year. They have 2 children who are 7 and 5, and they want them to be enrolled in the new school year. It seems that Harry and Meghan spent a lovely summer here in Britain in the boiling heat, being reminded of the weather in California perhaps, but being surrounded by the family here, especially of Diana's family, the Spencer family. They would spend some time at the ancestral home.
This has been one of the greatest trades to the United States in a while, as we will not miss her. The Boring Company is looking to grow its Nashville workforce as construction continues on the Music City Loop project. Caitlin Hausler of the Tennessee Star reports the company announced it will hold a hiring event on August 28 for a variety of positions tied to the underground transit systems. According to the company, it's seeking electricians, welders, mechanics, engineers, and construction managers, along with other skilled workers as multiple tunneling boring machines continue to work on the project. Interviews will be scheduled by appointment for selected applicants, and interested candidates can apply through the company's Nashville hiring portal. The hiring push comes as the Music City Loop expands with more than 40 stations reportedly in various stages of planning and design. The first phase of the privately funded transit project is expected to connect downtown and Nashville International Airport in about 10 minutes with an anticipated opening of spring 2027. The Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. And we got your pre-market open here. The Dow futures are up 178 points, the NASDAQ up 176 points, and the S&P futures are up 25. That's the latest news. We'll have your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. All right, that earlier crash on I-24 eastbound in the Hickory Hollow area has been cleared. However, the construction crews are still out there picking up cones, so be cautious driving through there. Traffic is moving somewhat normal this morning. Other than that, nothing else to report. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Welcome on in. It is Friday. It is August 21st. Hope you are doing well and welcome on in. I've got a Daily Dan poll question, a new one for this hour. And Sam, I think we did this once before, but I don't remember. So, because, the mind is the first to go. So, President Trump said yesterday that if he ran for a third term, he would win by 25 points. So, my question on the Daily Dan poll, and RJ is putting it up, would you vote for Donald Trump for a third term? Did we do this, Sam? Did we do this?
I feel like it's been a few months. I know the other day he was wearing a 2028 hat just to troll the libs.
He was. I love that about President Trump.
But I think we did this before we really got into the nitty-gritty with Iran on our polling.
Okay. So I think maybe it has changed. So, RJ, thank you for putting that up. So, who is Donald Trump reunited with? I did not see this coming. Michael Cohen. So you remember Michael Cohen, right? his former fixer, Donald Trump's former, sleazebag fixer. Remember this whole thing? After years of going back and forth and trading nasty comments, Donald Trump and Michael Cohen have now reunited. Now, again, I was shocked by that. Remember, and if you don't remember, it's been a long time. But do you remember that whole hush money case where Michael Cohen gave Stormy Daniels that $130,000 payment right before the 2016 election? And it was basically go away money after she claimed that she had had sex with Donald Trump. So Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA, ends up charging Donald Trump with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records for that $130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels. Cohen ends up, again, remember, he is Donald Trump's fixer. They were, partners and buds for like years. So Michael Cohen ends up pleading guilty to things like campaign finance violations connected to the payment. He and Donald Trump had a tremendous public falling out. He blamed Donald Trump for the whole thing. Cohen ends up going to jail. So for the past, I don't know how many years it's been, but at least 8 or 9, Michael Cohen has spent years blasting Donald Trump. Among the names Michael Cohen called Donald Trump: a liar, a cheat, a bully, a racist, a con man, a cult leader, mob boss, swindler. It goes on and on. This is from the Daily Mail. The attorney once referred to Donald Trump as a Cheeto-dusted cartoon villain and testified against him both in court and in Congress, while the president has called his former lawyer a sleazebag, a rat, and a liar.
That's just two guys, man.
It's two guys.
Being bros.
Yep. He also accused Donald Trump of breaking the law. Michael Cohen accusing Donald Trump of breaking the law, telling him to pay Stormy Daniels to influence the election. Paying off other women as well was part of the accusation. Cohen said that Donald Trump falsified business records, inflating the value of Donald Trump's assets. It goes on and on and on. Last night, on Michael Cohen's radio show on WABC in New York, Donald Trump was a surprise guest on Michael Cohen's show. This is video and audio. Here's how that discussion went.
I want to go back to 2016 if we can, because you and I have obviously traveled a pretty rocky road together. Do you remember, sir, when I went on CNN with Breonna Keeler and she told me that you were underwater in the polls, and I responded with those famous 2 words, says who, which became some worldwide meme.
A good advocate, and then they weaponized you like nobody's ever been weaponized, like few have been.
Well, maybe just you and I, sir.
And you, yeah, me too, but I don't consider mine, mine was at a level that nobody's ever seen before. But they weaponized you. They weaponized a lot of people. And I respect the fact that you recanted everything you said. And that's a big thing that you.
Yeah, that's a big thing. Donald Trump saying that's a big thing that you did. That interview on WABC, over the years, they're reporting now that these two have been apparently talking behind the scenes. Now, this really does go to show you, we've said this about Donald Trump before, but that really does go to show you that when it comes to Donald Trump, you may think that you're dead to Trump, but you're never quite all the way dead. You always apparently have a way back. And, for Michael Cohen, I'm here to tell you, this is one relationship that I thought would never be resuscitated. But you talk about some of these relationships that you thought were dead and were resuscitated. I got now 3, Michael Cohen, plus Ron DeSantis and Elon Musk. And I'm sure that there are others as well. But, for these two, it is shocking. Part of the interview, by the way, Cohen said that all of those accusations that he made against Donald Trump were because of pressure from prosecutors. Now, that's a pretty big deal. Alvin Bragg was going after, because I want you to think about this. Because we all said this was, I don't know what everybody else said, but I know that I said that a lot of these accusations against Donald Trump, they felt like a bunch of BS. But the other thing that I said, and I'll admit this, and I'm a Donald Trump supporter, but the other thing that I said is that when you get in bed with people like Michael Cohen, who is a sleazeball among sleazeballs, These are the kinds of things that happen. They turn on you. They turn into, rats, as they say. And so Alvin Bragg was going after Donald Trump. They were pressuring Michael Cohen to turn on Donald Trump, which he did. And so Trump eventually was convicted of 34 counts of falsifying business records. That appeals process is still going through the courts. But listen to this. CNN had Michael Cohen on before the interview was aired. And by the way, this was only part of the interview that Michael Cohen aired on WABC. The full interview with Donald Trump and Michael Cohen is going to air on Sunday. But Michael Cohen appears on CNN and says that, yeah, you know what? All of the things that I said about Donald Trump, I was being pressured by Alvin Bragg and his prosecutors.
Anyone who cheered that hush money prosecution of Donald Trump 2 years ago has nothing left to stand on, because now the star witness, the guy who is the reason why every prosecutor who looked at this case, including the Biden DOJ, the prior liberal Democratic DA, passed on charging this case, is because they didn't trust Michael Cohen beyond a reasonable doubt. Alvin Bragg rolled that dice, and now Michael Cohen has said publicly that he, quote, felt pressured and coerced by prosecutors. So where do you stand on Michael Cohen now? If you believe he's a truth teller, then he felt pressured and coerced by prosecutors. That's not acceptable. If you believe he's a liar, then your case is built on a liar. So that case is going through its appeal process incredibly slowly. I think there are major legal infirmities with it, but now the factual predicate has collapsed as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that whole thing plays out. Michael Cohen, and I've said this many times, this is a guy who is a known liar. He lied to Congress. He apparently lied to attorneys. I mean, Michael Cohen, he's a professional liar. He lied to everybody. So you really don't know what the guy is really thinking. You don't know what his angle is. So the thing that I would say is I really hope that Donald Trump is not getting back into bed with Michael Cohen, because the dude, he is an absolute snake. He is. And by the way, he also spoke to Jake Tapper before the interview as well with Donald Trump. I've got some highlights from that interview coming up. It is 6:15 for a Friday. Time to check the roads on WTN.
All right, she missed one.
Oh.
Yeah, you got to crash Ellington Parkway southbound at Spring Street, just outside of downtown.
Thank you, Sam, for fact-checking the traffic reporter.
I tend to do that.
Pennsylvania. All right, it is...
I blame Josh Shapiro somehow.
That's exactly right. It is his fault and Abdul El Sayed, the two of them. Real quick, so...
Was that supposed to be a Jew and a Muslim joke?
No.
Okay, that's how some people might take it, Dan.
Oh, no, not me. You know what? I started bagging on the traffic reporter, and now I'm, telling Jew and Muslim jokes, according to Sam. Moving right along. I'm really glad it's Friday.
Hashtag trendsetter, baby.
Okay. Let's see here. Real quickly, because I want to try to sell this event out. I'm going to be emceeing an event in Murfreesboro on Tuesday, August 25th. That is this coming Tuesday, celebrating 25 years of community giving. It's Feed America First, a great organization. I've been in their corner for a long time. It's going to be at the View at Fountains in Murfreesboro. Senator Marsha Blackburn is going to be there. Yes, I'm emceeing the event, which is something I rarely do anymore, but I'm excited for this event on Tuesday. She is going to be the special guest. We've got a few tickets still available. Find them online, feedamericafirst.com, feedamericafirst.com. That is coming up on Tuesday, August 25th. As far as your weather goes, today it's going to be a high of 90, possibility of some rain. Still sounds like a nice day. Saturday, sunny and 91, possible rain. Sunday, no rain, high of 90 and lower humidity. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN, talking about the renewed relationship between Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's former fixer, former hater, and Donald Trump. This kind of, to most people, it came out of nowhere. But as I reported to you a few moments ago, the two have apparently been talking behind the scenes. And so Cohen had Trump on his radio show. The full interview will be on Sunday, but they did air some excerpts of it last night on WABC in New York. Michael Cohen did call it a Jake Tapper show last night and talks about where his relationship is with the former president right now, with the current president right now. And remember what I said. I really hope that Donald Trump is not getting back into bed with Michael Cohen. This is a guy that clearly cannot be trusted.
The answer is actually much simpler than people want it to be. The answer is that we forgave. And not because the past didn't happen, not because the scars disappeared, not because every disagreement suddenly becomes irrelevant, and certainly not because I have forgotten anything. Right. I have not. But remember this, forgiveness does not require amnesia. It requires the courage to stop allowing yesterday to dictate tomorrow.
How would you describe your relationship with the president right now?
It's being resuscitated.
Well, let me just ask you, because you say that you haven't forgotten the past. You testified under oath, obviously, that President Trump directed you to commit crimes. Do you stand by that?
I mean, I don't know how, can I just say, I don't know how these two get around this whole thing. I mean, the fact that they're talking and they seem to be getting along fine. I mean, Donald Trump says that they politicized Michael Cohen, I guess. But Michael Cohen did a lot of this stuff, and this is where he says, well, I was pressured to do this by the prosecutors.
So let me say this. I will not discuss what I had said in the past, what I had stated under oath. I will not go there, simply because I want to live for the future. I refuse to be pulled back into yesterday's news and yesterday's headlines so that a slew of people can turn around and start to try to pull it apart. I truly believe that there is forgiveness between Donald Trump and myself, and that to me is what is important right now.
So there you go. And by the way, somebody brought up a really good point, and I'll take the blame for this. So the question was, and maybe we'll redo this, but the Daily Dan poll, would you vote for Donald Trump for a third term? RJ, what are people saying?
So according to this Daily Dan poll, would you vote for Donald Trump for a third term? 60% say yes, 40% say no.
Okay, now, what I should have said was, would you vote for President Trump in a primary? So I'm going to do this. And this is going to be really, really interesting. It's 9566. Thank you, 9566. He said, well, Dan, you need to ask if people would vote for Donald Trump in a primary. Big difference. So you know what I'm going to do, Sam? Make sure I got all these names right. So, you know what I'm going to do, right? If the primary were held today, who would you vote for? A, Donald Trump. B, Marco Rubio. C, J.D. Vance. We only got 4, right, Sam?
Yeah.
Who would the 4th be? You want to do Ron DeSantis? Because I think those are basically the 4, right?
Yeah.
All right. So who would you vote for in a primary if it was right now? Because Donald Trump, one of the things that he said on the interview with Michael Cohen is that he would win a re-election bid by 25 points. That's what the president said. So who would you vote for? And super texters, I'm looking at the super text line right now, 615-737-9986. Who would you vote for among those 4? You got Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, or Ron DeSantis?
Marco.
Is that who you would vote for?
Yeah.
Marco. This actually came up during the Mostly Peaceful podcast taping yesterday. By the way, we got into it yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we got into it yesterday.
So what you're saying is Saturday at 6 a.m., people should just wake up with their coffee and Mostly Peaceful.
You know what we got into it over? I'm just going to say it. We got over should women be allowed to vote. I'm like, are we really doing this? That's actually one of my comments.
Can I take a stab at who was pro repealing the 19th Amendment?
Well, go ahead.
1, Christopher Hand.
So I'm not going to say that he was pro
Severe
repealing
limitations?
The 19th Amendment. But when I was like, are you blanking kidding me? Are we really having this conversation? He kind of backed off a little bit. I usually don't get, that somebody said to me yesterday, you never get upset over anything. I actually do. Just listen to the 5 o'clock hour.
To say that's a damn lie.
I listen to, I don't get mad about political stuff. You know what I get mad about? I get mad when I come in and the equipment doesn't work. I'm going to fully admit that. I got ticked off in the 5 o'clock hour. So, but the cameras aren't working, stuff in RJ's room isn't working. I don't even want to get into it. But that's what I get mad about. Because I do my prep every day, get up at midnight, and then to come in and stuff doesn't work, I have trouble coping with that because then I'm put in a position to fail. But political stuff like this, I really don't. I'm always like up for the conversation, right? I like to have a good time.
Well, just remember the first thing that women ever voted for after suffrage was passed in 1920, it was prohibition. And now if it weren't for that, we wouldn't have NASCAR. So we actually owe women a thank you for NASCAR.
That's exactly right, Sam. Beer and cars.
Yep.
That's what life comes down to.
And
beer
quality,
and cars.
Here's the crazy part: quality liquor. You had people that were selling, basically formaldehyde in communities during Prohibition, killing people in large swaths, which is why they kind of undid it.
Right.
So it led to better alcohol. If you like good alcohol, if you're allowed to have it, and you like NASCAR, well, you owe women a thank you for that.
So anyway, it was a conversation about the 19th Amendment, and apparently there's people on our side, right, conservative side, who are talking about how women should not be allowed to vote. Why would you give, number one, that's never going to happen. They're never going to repeal the 19th Amendment. Anybody who says men should lead and women should, stay in the kitchen and not be allowed to vote. Are you kidding me, really? Is that really your take? So what you're doing is you are giving the other side ammunition to say, oh, look, this is exactly, believe them when they tell you who they are, right? That's what the Democrats always say. So if there is a very small sliver of people on the conservative side that said that we need to repeal the 19th Amendment, Amy told me about this months ago. And you know what I said? I said, people on my side are not having that conversation. They're simply not. Apparently, there is some segment of the Republican Party that is having that conversation. I guess, whatever. So Chris said that there's people that are having this discussion. There are people that are having that discussion. I don't think anybody takes it seriously, though. You think anybody takes that seriously, Sam?
There's these entrenched, I kind of put them in the far right category. They call themselves menimists. It's feminists without the F. And so these menimists are all about, traditional roles in the household and know your place, know your role, and
that means not, and that means that women should stay in the kitchen and not be in the voting booth.
And their logic
that is ridiculous.
Their logic being that the majority of the politicians over in Europe that have voted for this, mass migration and this Muslim takeover in Europe are women, and this suicidal empathy leads to poor emotional voting habits in their mind.
0773. My wife agrees. She says you can't trust liberal women. 3888. As the father of 2 daughters, I have thought about that. 8602 says, are we really going to say that men are smarter than women? I didn't say that. Did you say? You didn't say that, Sam?
No, I didn't say that. I'll imply it any day of the week, though.
Oh, Sam.
Who got us to the moon?
I can't win today. I can't win today. RJ, you're my new best friend. Keep your mouth shut. I'm totally kidding. I
just want to say one thing and then I'm done.
Yes.
So one of the most corrupt presidents in history was Harding, and he was primarily voted in by American women because he looked good on camera. So that's all I'm saying.
See, the logic doesn't necessarily fail there.
I can't do this. I can't do this with you two today. All right,
he was literally voted in as the pretty president.
So I want to make sure that both RJ and Sam are pro repealing the 19th Amendment.
Well, I'm not pro repealing.
I never said that. I'm just stating a historical fact.
When people tell you who they say they are, you got to believe them. That's what the Democrats say. Guys, I'm totally kidding. Anyway, it is 6:26. Sam has the news coming up at 6:30. Sam.
Yeah, Dan, a sad story out of East Tennessee, and it's going to be kind of depressing. And an update from a Franklin County middle school football game. We've got those stories and more coming up for you at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$627 Super Talk 99. I'm laughing at the Super Text comments. Very, very. Sam, I don't know if you're looking at the comments.
3841. Nobody got us to the moon, Sam. We haven't been there.
Yeah. Another one. Women are nothing but unfinished men. I mean, come on, people. Anyway, 627 Nashville's Morning News. Dan Metis here for my friends at DT McCall's. They've been helping out Tennesseans for over 100 years with fair prices, outstanding customer service. Now, right now, they've got great deals on all things electronics, appliances, furniture, lawn and garden, and a whole lot more. You know that DT McCall's, they've been saving Middle Tennesseans money for over 100 years. 4 generations of treating people right with a focus on savings and customer service. Now, the first thing I do when I realize that I need something is I go to dtmccalls.com. Check out their latest specials, and typically I'll order right from the website. But if I do have to go to one of their brick and mortar stores, I got to tell you, I get great customer service. They answer any question that I have. So if you need anything for your home, garage, or your backyard, you only need to go to one place, my place, DT McCall's. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin, always online. dtmccalls.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
It is 6:33, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your top stories. New court documents are shedding light on the crash that killed 2 Milligan University cyclists and injured 9 others in Carter County, the Tennessee Star's Tom Pappert reports. According to a Tennessee Highway Patrol affidavit, investigators found no physical evidence that the driver applied his brakes or took any evasive action before striking a group of college cyclists on Highway 19 East. Authorities say 69-year-old John Alexander Benfield of North Carolina told investigators he did not see the cyclist until a vehicle in front of him changed lanes. Benfield is charged with 2 counts of reckless vehicular homicide, 5 counts of reckless aggravated assault. The crash claimed the lives of Milligan University sophomores Halen Engall and Braden Rogers, while several other of their teammates suffered serious injuries. Investigators say the case remains under review and additional charges could be filed as the investigation continues. A Middle Tennessee teenager is facing criminal charges after running onto a football field and tackling a middle school player during a game, Channel 5 reports. 16-year-old Addison Honeycutt has been charged with assault and disorderly conduct following Tuesday night's game between South Middle School and Cornersville Middle School. Honeycutt says she took action because she believed her younger brother was being mistreated on the field and felt no one else was stepping in to stop it. Honeycutt claims that 4 players had been knocked out of the games and that the officials failed to do anything about it. Her mother says she understood her daughter's concerns but acknowledged that running onto the field was inappropriate. Honeycutt's attorney argues the incident should be viewed in the broader context of what occurred during the game and says the family plans to fight the charges. Officials previously said the teen was released to her parents after the incident. No injuries were reported. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
Thank you, Sam. 6:35. Dan Mandis here. All this rain that we had yesterday, you could end up with water in your crawl space or your basement. You've got to make sure, go down there and check to see if you've got any of that moisture. It could be an indication that you've got some waterproofing issues in your home. It also means that you need to call my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. Now, this is the company in Middle Tennessee for all things, not only waterproofing, but also foundation repair and concrete leveling. Now, if something does go wrong, we've been telling you for a long time, it does need to get fixed and usually get fixed immediately. If you need financing help, there's 3 different options that USS is offering you because they want to help you afford to be able to get these things fixed. So you can get a 10% discount if you pay in full, or fix it now, pay it later with 18 months, no payment or interest, or you can choose the 36 months, no interest with low payment option for qualified homeowners. 615-488-7855 is the phone number, 615-488-7855. These are great financing options for a limited time. Find them online, USSTN.com, USSTN.com.
All right. You still have that crash with the off-ramp blocked. Ellington Parkway southbound on the off-ramp to Spring Street. And out in Laverne, still have that crash with the right shoulder blocked. I-24 westbound at Waldron Road, exit 64. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so just to clean a few things up here. Number one is, Sam, you had said, and this is, I think, your quote, who got us to the moon? Men, i.e. not women. And people are like, did you ever see the movie Hidden Figures? Because Hidden Figures was a movie, and I saw this movie, and I was going to mention this because it is not only a great movie, but, you know, it's a movie for people that have not seen it. It is a movie about three, and I've got this on Wikipedia. Hidden Figures follows three female African-American mathematicians who worked at NASA during the space race in the 1950s and 60s. If you've seen the movie, it's an amazing movie, and it follows the journey of these three women who did work at NASA. They were incredible mathematicians, and these three incredible women helped us get to the moon.
Yeah, but I meant like who drove the rocket? Okay, who parked it accurately?
Nolene says mathematician Creola Catherine Johnson got us to the moon. You're welcome. If, of course, you believe that we went to the moon.
It's true.
And somebody said, they're coming in so fast and furious. 2565 says the question you asked, 2565, the question you asked was, who put men on the moon? The answer is women, and my mom was one of them. So I'm asked the 2565, who was your mom? You can't just drop that in there and they just scurry away.
I just want to point out that the movie Hidden Figures it's historically accurate for who was involved in what, but there's a lot of overblown aspects. Remember, it is still a film.
Josh says, sounds like feminist propaganda. So, you know what? I'm just going to move on because clearly I'm not going to win with you two. You know what? Actually, no. I'm going to, RJ, I'm going to leave you out of it. Sam, I can't win with you.
Thank you. I said nothing about the Hidden Figures.
Sam, women belong, okay?
Yeah.
Women belong.
I'm not saying repeal the 19th. That was Chris Hand.
Okay, I don't know if Chris Hand actually said that.
That's right. You got to watch at 6 a.m. on Saturday when Mostly Peaceful with Matt Murphy drops. Is Matt Murphy in this episode?
Murphy Show, yeah, the first time we've all been there in a while. So, but we all agreed, I think we all agreed at the end that it was one of our best, at least one of our favorite episodes, because you know what we're kind of doing, and then I'm going to move on. What we're kind of doing is we don't even talk anymore about what we're going to talk about. It just starts going. And we touched on, what amendment would you most want to see repealed? That was another one. I think Chris did say the 19th. I'm totally kidding. I have no idea. All right, real quick. We did a Daily Dan poll. Then I'm going to move on. 615-737-9986. Super text line is open fast and furious this morning. Thank you very much for all of that. We did a Daily Dan poll. If there were a Republican primary held today, who would you vote for out of these four? Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, or Ron DeSantis? RJ ably put up the poll, so what are people saying?
So Trump held it for a good portion. However, he was quickly overtaken, and the popularity shifted to Rubio with 42%.
Do you know what's interesting about that? So a lot of people are going to say that the reason why they would not vote for Donald Trump right now is because of the Iran war. I think that's what they would say. Do you know who was all in favor of the Iran war? Marco Rubio. J.D. Vance, and I don't have a dog in this fight, but J.D. Vance was the guy who has been sounding the alarm on Iran and the war and not going into the Middle East in this way. J.D. Vance is the guy that has been saying, no more foreign interventions. Marco Rubio, and I like Marco Rubio, he was the guy that was all in. 2565 says, my mom was a high school graduate at the age of 17. Her first job was at NASA solving math problems. The room she worked in, and there were many other rooms that were filled with about 30 women solving those math problems. So there you go. All right, I'm gonna ask this person, was your mom part of Hidden Figures? Was your mom part of... See, the man here can't type. Was your mom part of the Hidden Figures movie? Can I tell you, this is why I absolutely love the super text line, because you folks have some great input. All right, 644 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We do have a lot more coming up. Got to, though, real quickly, check the roads on WTN. All right, very good. As far as your weather goes, we do have some nice weather this weekend coming. Today, high of 90, possible rain. Saturday, Sunday, 91, possible rain. Only like a 20% chance. On Sunday, no rain, a high of 90, and lower humidity. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So you remember that $63 million ICE support facility that was going to go to Adams, Tennessee? You know, kind of way out there. Well, apparently, that project has now moved.
It now appears that is planned for Donaldson. The zip code listed on the contract is for the area around Airport Center Drive, but the exact location is still unclear.
It's moving to Nashville?
That's not a good idea.
Not a good idea at all.
Donaldson's very accessible.
Here's the crazy thing. Well, so first of all, it's not like a detainment center. It is it's a support center, and I'm going to get into what exactly is going to happen there. But I find it fascinating that Freddie O'Connell, I mean, part of his purview is Donaldson, right? He's the mayor of Nashville, and Donaldson is part of Nashville. So I'm going to be fascinated to see what his ultimate reaction to this is. I looked up Airport Center Drive. They don't have an exact location in this feed, in this news report, but you have a bunch of hotels over there. It's, as you can imagine, right by the Airport Center Drive, and it's very industrial.
It's a popular Nashville neighborhood, home to the Nashville International Airport. Now, Donaldson could soon have some new federal neighbors. Federal contract records show a 24/7 support center for local law enforcement agencies that partner with ICE, planned for the 37214 zip code in Donaldson around the Airport Center Drive area.
Yep. So Freddie O'Connell, again, mayor of Nashville. So that means that Donaldson is going to be on the radar, most certainly. So here's my thought. Is he going to try to stop this ICE? They're calling it a call center. It's a $63 million investment into Nashville. And by the way, in case you're curious, this is also something where it could expand over time.
Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell tells us the city knows about the center, but doesn't have any details about the exact location. And the Department of Homeland Security won't provide them to us. Writing in a statement, quote, ICE will not confirm new or current office locations as our officers are facing a coordinated campaign of violence against them. Going on to say, quote, it should not come as news that ICE will be making arrests and ensuring that we have resources to carry out President Trump's mission.
I mean, that mission, of course, is mass deportations. That mission is trying to undo what the Biden administration and the Democrats did. But, you know, they're calling it a call center. It's a lot more than that, actually. They're not going to be housing prisoners at this, ICE facility. It's basically for support. But the issue is going to be obviously that Freddie O'Connell doesn't want local authorities helping ICE, neither the Metro City Council. They also don't want local authorities helping ICE. And so, both have publicly opposed ICE at every turn. So now you've got this ICE call center, and basically what it is going to be there to do, it's going to coordinate with some of these counties or these agencies that have already entered into the 287G programs with the federal government. Now, remember, and we've talked about this before, but just as a brief refresher, the 287G programs, that's where local law enforcement can perform special immigration-related functions under ICE supervision. This was a big deal a while ago. So this ICE facility is going to help coordinate all of this with operational support and operational information. So it looks like it's going to be a lot more than a call center, but we really don't know because ICE isn't really, talking much about what is going to be within this building.
I think I figured out why they've moved it.
Why is that?
Well, Donaldson sits in between Antioch and the airport, right? Or right on the other side. It's on the other side of the airport from Antioch.
Yep.
And if I was ICE and I was going to be targeting an area of Nashville that I think is full of, or even have, warrants or proof of undocumented persons,
right,
it would be Antioch. So logistical sense to minimize, the transportation efforts, the deportation efforts, and to have the least amount of interference from Tennesseans and Nashvillians, I can see how that makes sense.
You think they're going to be out there with their signs and they're going to protest and all that stuff?
Oh, 100%.
I think they will. This is one of those, and you mentioned it earlier. It's right in the middle of everything. Donaldson it's in the middle of everything. It's a great little town. I almost moved to Donaldson, actually.
Well, and I wonder if they could use Barry Airfield, which is the National Air Guard location over there on the other side of the airport. They could use that to deport as well.
They could. There's a lot there. By the way, from what I understand, this is John Rose's jurisdiction or Mark Pody, depending on what you're talking about. Rose in the House, although he's on his way out, or the Mark Pody, who I believe is going to remain the state senator in that area. So I'm going to try to get one of them on the phone to see if they have any comment or any more information on this. It is 6:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and Sam has the news coming up at 7. Sam.
Yeah, we have an update on Carmelo Anthony's trial hearing, and the body of a missing Nashville boater has been found. We'll tell you about that and more coming up at 7 o'clock, or Super Talk 99.7.
All right, thank you. It is 6:51 now on WTN. Brentwood Jewelry. Now, why should you go to Brentwood Jewelry for all your jewelry needs? Well, why not? Because Brentwood Jewelry, simply put, the best in Middle Tennessee. They've got incredible selections of watches for both men and women for any budget. Great selections of Rolexes, both new and used. If pocket knives are your thing, they feature the William Henry collection. Now, if you're getting engaged, they've got everything from wedding bands to semi-mount engagement rings and a whole lot more. And listen, guys, if you're looking for something for that special lady in your life, they do feature bracelets, earrings, necklaces, and a whole lot more. And again, all at great prices and selection, outstanding customer service as well. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of the Mandis House. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. They're located at 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Find them online anytime. It's BrentwoodJewelry.com. 6:55, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Sam, you weren't here when Kamala Harris was the vice president, but Johnny and Weaves and I, we had so much fun with Kamala Harris because she always sounded drunk.
Well, lots of men have, Dan.
So I think we have a competitor now for another politician sounding as drunk as Kamala Harris.
Oh, no.
Do you know who it is?
Who?
This Angie Nixon. So every time I play audio from her, she does sound like she is just, like drop dead drunk. Now, if you don't know who she is a DSAer that won the Democrat Senate primary in Florida. And she has got some video here, RJ. And she was on, I don't know what this is, some sort of the Community News Network. And she's talking about what she wants to do with ICE moving forward. She wants to throw them in jail. Now, can I just say this real quick before I forget? So, DSA, she wants to throw ICE in prison, but they also don't want any prisons. So I'm confused as to which is it. So do you want prisons or don't you? Or do you only want to release the criminals, but you want to put ICE inside the prisons? Is that what you want to do? You see how they just don't make any sense? And listen to how she sounds drunk.
I've been seeing videos of what's going on in Miami-Dade where they are policing highly populated Haitian communities.
Mm-hmm.
And profiling people.
Yes.
And we're black. They gonna profile us too. They can't tell the difference between.
She sounds like, you know what she sounds like? She sounds like you're drunk at the end of the bar, just like Kamala Harris did.
I'm not trying to bash on anyone, but she sounds like one of my Waffle House servers that would show up hammered.
Is that what she sounded like when she showed up to work?
We had several individuals that like to be drunk at work, and the whole taking 10 seconds to respond in a fast-paced diner. Yeah.
An African American or a Black American that is a descendant of slaves here in this country, or someone from Jamaica or Nigeria. Like they are going to racially profile us. And they are going to escalate things, and they are going to shoot and kill us, and they are going to get away with it unless we send people like me to Washington, D.C.
So there you go. So ICE is going to shoot and kill black folks. That's her.
Has that happened yet?
No.
I thought they've all been, for the most part, white or Hispanic.
And ones that were trying to impede ICE. That's the other part of that.
Yeah.
Well, there were the ones that were apparently getting whipped until it was found out they weren't.
Yep. So number one, she's got Kamala disorder, always sounds drunk, or stoned. You've got more experience with those two things than I certainly do, Sam. Does she sound drunk or stoned?
As a high-functioning individual, I would definitely say that she sounds drunk.
Okay. By the way, here's the weird thing about the whole Haitian situation, I looked this up, in Miami-Dade. So crimes in these Haitian communities, they are up. You know what's happening? The Haitians are victims of crimes. So the police in Miami-Dade are going into this county, this area, this Haitian community in Miami to help the Haitians. She's like, oh, they're profiling the Haitians. No, lady. They're going in to help the Haitians. That's what you don't understand. They're the victims oftentimes, so law enforcement is trying to protect that community. Now, it could also be that the perpetrators of said crimes are Haitians as well because they are, going after their own community, perhaps. But she's just, not only does she sound drunk, and I don't think that she is, I think she's just stupid, but she's also not making any sense. Anyway, so there you go. It is 7 o'clock. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open. 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. Got a lot more straight ahead.
It is 7 a.m. on your Friday morning, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your top stories. A new trial hearing for a Texas teen convicted of murder. Prosecutors called the deadly stabbing unjustified and plain and simple homicide, while the defense poorly argued that Carmelo Anthony acted in self-defense when he stabbed 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet in Frisco, Texas in April of 2025. ABC's Dave Packer reports.
The Texas teenager Carmelo Anthony appeared in court Thursday, this time before a new judge as he pushes for a new trial. A jury rejected his claims of self-defense in June and sentenced him to 35 years in prison for killing Austin Metcalf during a confrontation at a high school track meet. Wednesday, the former judge was removed from the case after Anthony's legal team argued he'd enforced overly strict courtroom rules and gave an interview after the trial was over. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Prosecutors have since released evidence that they did not use at trial, including harassing text messages Anthony sent to an ex-girlfriend, which included fantasizing about killing someone and licking the blood off of his knife. Here locally, the body of a missing Nashville boater has been recovered from Percy Priest Lake after a 3-day search, Channel 5 reports. The TWRA identified the man as 72-year-old Philip Green. Authorities say Green disappeared Monday while swimming with a female companion after the pair got off their pontoon boat and used a single pool noodle for flotation. Investigators say strong winds caused the boat to drift away, and Green, who was not wearing a life jacket, attempted to swim back to it before going underwater and not resurfacing. Search crews spent days covering hundreds of acres of open water before locating Green's body Wednesday afternoon with the help of sonar technology and remotely operated equipment. The Nashville Office of Emergency Management recovered the body. The incident remains under investigation and marks the 14th boat-related death on Tennessee waters this year, according to TWRA. Let this be a reminder to be safe on our waterways. And national news, the United States and Canada are racing to finalize a trade agreement ahead of a deadline that could trigger new tariffs on billions of dollars in Canadian exports. According to Newsmax, negotiators from both countries continued talks in Washington on Thursday as they work to reach an agreement before planned 50% tariffs take effect. The tariffs would impact roughly $20 billion worth of Canadian goods if a deal is not finalized. President Donald Trump has said the two countries have effectively reached a trade deal, but reports indicate negotiators are still working through several major issues. Discussions reportedly include tariffs on steel, aluminum, and automobiles, with both sides seeking compromises before the deadline. The outcome could have significant implications for trade between two of North America's largest economic partners. And the market numbers report pre-market open, brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. The Dow futures are up 259 points. The NASDAQ is up 204 points, and the S&P futures are up 32 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. All right, it wouldn't be Friday morning in Nashville if there weren't several accidents piling up on the roadways. We've got a crash with the right lane open on Bradley Parkway southbound before McGavick Pike exit 12 area at stop-and-go traffic from Gallatin Pike exit 14. East Nashville, we got a crash with the off-ramp blocked still at Ellington Parkway southbound off-ramp to Spring Street. And in Laverne, they're still working that crash with the right shoulder blocked on I-24 westbound at Waldron Road. And then an accident to report now in the Renco area of Davidson County, Nolensville Pike at Sugar Valley Drive. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. You can watch us anywhere, YouTube, Facebook, X, 997WTN.com. Rumble as well. The studio camera is not working, but you can still see the video that I'm playing and, of course, the audio as well for the radio listeners. You can listen to us. You can download us anywhere, anytime, anywhere you get your audio and your podcasts. Always appreciate you being here on Super Talk 99.7. We do have Sam is doing the news today because Jay had to go to the afternoon show as Ken is out today. So appreciate everybody switching chairs. RJ is doing a great job behind the glass as well. I want to play a piece of video. I want to start off this hour on a good note because this is some really cool video and audio. I'm a big Buc-ee's fan. I know that there's a lot of folks, especially truckers, that are not fans of Buc-ee's, and I totally get that. But the founder of Buc-ee's basically is telling leftist states that they're not worth the trouble. Listen to this.
We have a lot of opportunities. We're growing. We're building in a lot of places. But when you find a conservative, business-friendly state with a phenomenal workforce, it makes a difference. And I'm starting to realize life's too short to try to build in places that people don't appreciate what you're bringing versus a place like this where people do appreciate what you're building. So that leadership, that concept, that idea of conservative, business-friendly, family-oriented concept works so much better if it trickles down from the very leadership, from the very top at the governor's office, at the congressman, at the senator, at the mayor, the representatives. And so what we found when we got here into Benton was a business-friendly town. They said, let's roll up our sleeves and let's go get a Buc-ee's built.
I mean, gotta love it. I mean, I really do like that. And I got to tell you, and I think there's a new Buc-ee's. When is that going to be open? Mm-hmm. Sam, do you know when the Buc-ee's is going to open in Murfreesboro? Every time I go down to the borough, I pass by the big, massive Buc-ee's building.
We'll see. I was pulling up, though, as some supporting data. The reason that he feels this way and wants to do business in states that are tax-friendly and business-friendly, people don't understand how well Buc-ee's pays.
Dude.
Entry-level positions starting at $18 an hour.
Mm-hmm. Well, you go into Buc-ee's, and they've got a little sign up, and it shows that, some of their managers make, upwards of $100,000.
Oh, I've got that number of those numbers, actually.
Yeah, it's amazing.
The assistant general managers can make up to $125K or more per year. The food service and deli managers can make between $150 and $200K per year. And then the store managers, people that are over one location, can make almost $275,000 per year.
I could manage a Buc-ee's.
Well, especially the one in Murfreesboro, which is projected to open in December this year.
People are saying it's going to open in November and December, so it's going to be
75,000 square foot.
You know, I got to tell you, whenever I go to Buc-ee's, I'm not going to say that I'm over Buc-ee's. When I go to see my daughter in Kentucky, Buc-ee's is almost like the three-quarter point, the three-quarter way, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So I don't even bother with eating the beef jerky anymore. I've had it all, but they still got a lot of great, like chocolate-covered nuts and that kind of thing there, and the pecans. It's all just so good.
I don't know if people necessarily know the ins and outs of this, but like they partner with, I wouldn't necessarily call them local businesses. I'd say more regional businesses as far as like some merchandise. You go in there, you see some candles, you see some nice accoutrement for your household that's kind of Southern themed. That's not Buc-ee's. That's another company that has designed and created something. And Buc-ee said, hey, we'll sell it in our store, which is a pretty cool thing to do. So you're also uplifting, kind of some regional economics as well.
You're exactly right. I was heartbroken. I had a Buc-ee's mug and it broke. Buc-ee's coffee mug. I have this really bad habit of dropping coffee mugs.
Not to mention, Buc-ee's did some amazing PR for America during the World Cup.
Oh, did they? What did they do?
Oh, have you not seen some of the social media that went around?
Mm-mm.
There's a video of this French guy who was going like, I wanted to hate it. I wanted to be the superior Frenchman, but God bless the beaver.
Yeah, they were freaking out. They didn't understand that our petrol stations, as they call it across the pond, would be so large and so diverse where you could get every meal of the day and an outfit for every part of the day. You can get pajamas, you can get T-shirts, bathing suits, whatever you need.
You can get anything at Buc-ee's.
And there was like two British dudes who went and they were like mind blown and they walked out and they're like wearing all the American stuff.
Yeah, those British dudes were funny. So I didn't realize Buc-ee's, Amy was a big follower of those British guys. So didn't know that Buc-ee's was doing all of that social media, but you got to love them. And clearly it is a conservative company, as I just played the audio from the co-founder, owner of Buc-ee's, whatever it is. So, and I love that they're here in Tennessee. Some people don't like it. I think they're building a new one somewhere in the state of Tennessee, aren't they? I think I just heard that. We've already got one off 65 headed up towards Kentucky. I don't know what city it is, but we've got the one in Murfreesboro. I think we've got one or two others.
We've got, I believe, two so far. Crossville, which is out towards, if you're headed towards Knoxville, just past Cookville a little ways.
Yep.
And then out in Kodak, Tennessee, which is on the other side of Knoxville as you make your way towards like Dandridge, White Pine area, towards Morristown, Jefferson City. So we've got two, and so we've got the one opening in Murfreesboro, and I believe there's going to be one more, but, is it Cornersville? Is that where the Dolly stop is?
I don't remember. Yeah, that sounds familiar. It sounds familiar. I don't think they're trying to take. I don't think Dolly's trying to take on Buc-ee's, and I don't think Buc-ee's is trying to take on Dolly's because they're two. They seem to be completely different. Dolly's actually has a diner. Dolly's has a stage, I believe, as well. So they've got some different things. So
no, I think Buc-ee's only competitor is Wally's.
And I will say this: Buc-ee's coffee, and then I'm going to move on. Buc-ee's coffee is absolutely incredible. It is really good. So anyway, there you go. It is 7:15 on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads. As far as your weather goes for this weekend, it is going to be a really nice weekend. Today, high of 90s, about a 20% chance of rain. Saturday, sunny, high of 91, possible rain as well. Sunday, no rain, high of 90, lower humidity. As a matter of fact, the humidity today, Saturday, and then, of course, on Sunday, the humidity is going to be going down. So that's going to be very nice indeed. The fake news gets a very real punishment. I don't know if you heard about this. I love this, and for a number of different reasons. The New York Times, the big news today, the New York Times has now had to pay over $9 million in damages after an Alabama jury found that they identified the wrong guy in an Alabama murder. This is the first time the New York Times has lost a defamation suit in more than 50 years. So, it's the same thing that we always see with the New York Times. They're trusting their sources, and in this case, the source turned out to be wrong. This is from the Daily Mail. The defamation suit stemmed from a March 23 article written by Times reporter Billy Witz, which erroneously identified Kai Spears as a passenger in the car at the scene of a January 2023 shooting that resulted in the death of 23-year-old Jamea Harris. Witz relied on an anonymous source he described as a high-level person professional, but later admitted that the article contained a clear mistake. Spears was not in the car, but Spears was named in the article and then started getting death threats. Another guy was ultimately convicted, but it seems to me like the Times, as I'm reading this story, the New York Times refused to correct the story when they realized that Spears wasn't in the car. They didn't correct the story until June of 2023, after Spears had already filed the lawsuit. In his lawsuit, Spears accused the Times of libel and false light invasion of privacy. He argued the erroneous report caused him emotional distress and permanently associated his name with a murder despite his absence from the scene. He wasn't even there. After initially filing the lawsuit back in 23, Spears said, "I was not anywhere near the scene or vicinity at the time that it took place." He says, "I don't think it was a mistaken identity. I just think that the New York Times did not do their due diligence." He says, "I had multiple threats from like Twitter and Instagram, people telling me to go kill myself, people telling me I'm a murderer, that we're a team full of murderers." He played on the Alabama basketball team. And they're just kind of putting out this false narrative. He says that he did nothing wrong. So he eventually puts out a statement on Twitter saying the report in the New York Times was 100% inaccurate, and they had no disregard for the truth. They didn't care about the truth. He says, "I'm trying to process and cope with these false statements that somehow have been published and seen by so many. So thankful to Alabama Athletics for refuting all of these allegations on my behalf. More than anything," he says, "I remain completely heartbroken by the tragic death that occurred that night." So now dude gets like $9.5 million. I don't know. Do you think it's worth it to have your RJ, do you think it's worth it to have your reputation completely trashed if you are able to get $9.5 million as a result? Because now we can change his name.
I'm gonna see how much of this is gonna be taxed, and then I'll give my answer.
Okay, Sam, it'll be $6 million after taxes. RJ, what do you say?
I've already had my reputation trashed in my life, so money wouldn't really make a difference on my end.
Okay, very good. Vague and not sure how to respond to that. So, Sam, what do you say?
Yeah. Okay. So I'd still say you can build a new life. I get that news is cyclical and people will pull stuff up from the past, but it is clear cut that the New York Times did an absolute botched job. And in my opinion, $9 million in today's media climate and the way people screenshot and save things, it's not enough for falsely depicting someone as a murderer, for crying out loud.
Right. I mean, that's the whole point.
Yeah. I think when you take the top two crimes in the country as far as the violence and the punishment that goes would be rape and murder.
Yeah.
And if you're painted in a false light in either one of those, I feel like the judgment and payouts should be we should be talking at least tens of millions of dollars.
Well, and the thing is, the writer apparently knew that he had made a mistake and he was slow to correct it. That's, if I'm reading the story correctly, that's part of the problem that this guy has. By the way, RJ, you think your reputation has been trashed already? Wait till people realize you work at WTN.
Oh, no, this was years ago. This was like when I was in college.
Oh, okay. I mean, do you want to share? You want to take 2 minutes to share, or should we move on? I don't know how to...
I mean, the TLDR is I was accused of something I didn't do, and that basically stalked me for 4 years.
Okay, well...
It's not stuff I would repeat on the radio.
Okay, very good. Well, I hope it all works out for you. You know, one of the interesting things, by the way, about all of this, we all know that the polling on the media shows that people believe A few things about the New York Times. They believe that it has a left-wing lean. Clearly, that is true. They can't be trusted. People that were polled about the New York Times also felt like they can't be trusted. They're not the most trustworthy media outlet. Everybody knows. Do you know who is? Sam and RJ. Can you guess who the most trusted media outlet is outside of WTN is in the country?
Fox.
Okay, you say Fox. What do you say, RJ?
I would say my church newsletter.
Okay. The Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal is the number one most trustworthy media outlet, national media, as people were polled. Number 2 is the Associated Press. Number 3 is Reuters. Now, I could do an entire segment on the failings of the media nationally and locally, by the way. Some do great work, some don't, clearly. But there was some polling a while back. We see this every single year. Both Gallup and Pew Research show that the number of people that trust the media and the trust that people have in the media overall has been dropping big time. And it's like every year it is going lower and lower and lower. Now, some of this is the left-wing bias. Some of this is Trump derangement syndrome. I would say, though, that part of this, and I did mention this earlier, part of this is that newsrooms and media outlets, they are shrinking. And so if you are somebody who you've been in the news game for a long time, maybe you've, worked in the news game for a long time, you've built up a certain salary and, it doesn't have to be news. This can be, any kind of outlet, any kind of genre, whether we're talking about accounting, attorneys, or whatever. But you're in the same business for a long time or you work at the same place for a long time. The reality is that you do build up a certain amount of money. And so you build up that salary and they don't, at the end of the day, they don't care about your experience. They don't care about your perspective. They don't care about all of the good things maybe that you've done for that company in years past. The only thing that they care about is how your salary looks on a spreadsheet. And when that happens, good people get fired. And that more than likely is part of what happened at the New York Times. You see this happening in media all across the country where, it's out with the old because, the old guard can't be trusted and they're too expensive and, they're not woke enough. And so out they go. And then you bring in the younger staff and this is particularly true at the New York Times, where remember they had that sort of insurgency at the New York Times of young woke reporters, and the whole thing just changed. Now, I don't know what the story is with this particular reporter, but the bottom line is that is a very real thing of what's been going on in newsrooms across the country. It is 7:23. I want to play this real quick audio bite and video. I got some video here, if I could, RJ. This is Stephen Miller, and he is Deputy White House Chief of Staff, of course, as you know. He had this to say about the media.
An arm of the Democrat Party. Honestly, Sean, the media, the legacy media like CBS and ABC and NBC and every other legacy outlet exists to serve and advance the interests of the Democrat Party. Throw in New York Times, throw in Washington Post, throw in The Atlantic. They should all be required to register as a Democrat political action committee. I mean, let's just think through some of the things that you mentioned. President Trump has been in office in his second term for a year and a half and has solved problems that plagued this nation for decades, generations, or even longer. I mean, just go through the foreign policy piece here. He's completely rebalanced our trading relationship with Canada. He has protected American manufacturing and essential supply chains from China. He has completely rebalanced NATO and ensured that other nations pay their fair share.
I mean, there's a lot of that is true. A lot of that stuff, of course, up for debate. But the bottom line is I do believe that the war in Iran withstanding, there is a lot of good that the president has most certainly done. And it is painfully obvious to anyone who has paid any attention to the media is that they are left-leaning. And they do have Trump derangement syndrome, most certainly the New York Times. It is 7:25. And Sam has the news coming up at 7:30. Sam.
Yeah, Dan, a Nashville man may catch what some are calling an undeserved break and a stellar example of why I and others avoid rides at the fair. That and more coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:25, Dan Mandis here. Force on Force training at the Glock store is back. This is going to be on September 19th. This is a great event. Now, we did this a while ago. Matt did it, I did it, and Chris Hand, of course. We all did it at the Glock store, and it is Force on Force training. It is intense, but I got to tell you, it is also educational. Now, this is real life, live action scenarios. What it does, what this Force on Force training does, is it tests your marksmanship and your split-second decision-making in real time. Now, these bullets, they're not real bullets, but, they're firing at you, you're firing at them, and it is amazing. What it really does is it determines if you are up to the task of defending yourself, doing it legally, and within the bounds of the law. Now, the laws in Tennessee, I'm sure you know this if you're listening to WTN, the laws have changed in Middle Tennessee, and if you're not up to speed, you will be when you finish this Force on Force training at the Glock store. Listen, your life and your freedom could depend on this knowledge. You've got to get it at the Glock store. Force on Force training is only available at the Glock store. Again, I did it. I loved it. You will too. Each session focuses on your safety, Tennessee gun laws, and knowing when is the right time and the legal time to shoot. Saturday, September 19th, it is Force on Force training at the Glock store. Go to their website, glockstore.com/FOF, glockstore.com/FOF. It's glockstore.com/FOF.
Good morning. It is 7:31, and I am Sam Rutherford with your top stories. A ride at the Wilson County, Tennessee State Fair has been shut down after a malfunction injured 9 people Wednesday night, according to WSMV4. According to emergency officials, 4 people were taken to local hospitals for evaluation after the incident involving the Wave Swinger Ride. That's the one with the chains that come down and spins in a merry-go-round. Authorities say all reported injuries were non-life-threatening, and those hospitalized have since been released. The Tennessee Department of Labor and Workforce Development has issued a cease and desist order preventing the ride from operating until a required inspection is completed and state officials determine it is safe to reopen. Investigators are now working to determine what caused the malfunction, even though the ride had passed a third-party inspection before the fair opened earlier this month. Also locally, a Nashville man accused of secretly recording women during sexual encounters has pleaded guilty to 4 counts of unlawful photography, Fox 17 reports. However, a Davidson County judge has not yet accepted the plea while considering whether the defendant could receive judicial diversion. I'll explain that in a second. Matthew Vollmer originally faced 8 misdemeanor charges after investigators discovered videos allegedly recorded with a hidden camera concealed inside an alarm clock. Prosecutors say multiple women were recorded without their knowledge or consent. If granted judicial diversion, Vollmer would avoid a formal conviction while completing court-ordered supervision. If diversion is denied, the guilty pleas could result in convictions remaining on his record. A future hearing will determine that decision. And some breaking news, the Tennessee sheriffs and police chiefs are pushing for tougher statewide rules governing the use of automated license plate reader technology. The Tennessee Sheriff's Association and the Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police announced a joint effort to develop new guidelines for law enforcement agencies using those camera systems. The groups say they want to preserve the technology's public safety benefits while strengthening protections for privacy and protecting the Fourth Amendment right. License plate readers capture images of vehicle tags and convert them into searchable data that can help investigators locate stolen vehicles, find missing persons, and develop leads in criminal cases. Under the proposed recommendations, officers would need a documented law enforcement reason to access the data, and limits could be placed on how long that information is stored and how it is shared. The associations plan to present their recommendations to Tennessee lawmakers ahead of the 2027 legislative session. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
You know, we always worry about our mortality, right? You know, every time we get an ache or a pain, we worry about what's really going on with our bodies. Well, don't wonder and worry. Take charge of your health and find out for sure with Kraft Body Scan. Now, they can tell you what's really going on inside, you know, things like cancer and heart disease. They can really creep up on you, and it's really sinister. So you need to be vigilant about knowing that you're okay and not just hoping you're okay, because you want to be around for your kids and your grandkids. Now, I've been telling you about my dad, who sadly didn't pay close enough attention, and he passed away from a massive heart attack 6 months before his first grandchild was born. That's why I feel so passionate about what they do at Kraft Body Scan. These scans can literally be lifesavers, and right now they're offering our listeners their couples heart and lung scan, valued at over $2,500 for just $99. To take advantage of it, go to togetherwescan.com, togetherwescan.com, promo code Dan50, call them 615-436-1000, and do not forget that great deal Kraft Body Scan offering our listeners their couples heart and lung scan, valued at $2,500 for just $99. Togetherwescan.com, promo code Dan50. Dan Mandis here, Ridgeside K9 Nashville. Listen, friends, if you've got a dog that has some behavior issues, we're talking about aggression, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience, I can hook you up with Nashville's and frankly, Tennessee's premier dog trainers. They are Ridgeside K9 Nashville. You know, dogs, they don't always come out perfect. They need to be trained sometimes, and they are the dog whisperers of Tennessee. They've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve behavioral issues. They can help you and your dog as well. Now, what they do is they obviously work with your dog, but they also work with you and the relationship between you and your dog. They believe that owner education is just as important as dog training, and long-term success with your dog begins with you and Ridgeside K9 Nashville. Now, this is a great organization. They've got a lifetime support guarantee. They are there for you 24/7. So call Jeff today. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. They can help you and your dog. That phone number is 615-878-0380, 615-878-0380, rsk9nash.com, the letter K, the number 9, rsk9nash.com. Ridgeside K9 Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life.
All right, we have a crash out in the Green Hills area, Abbott Martin Road, west of Hillsborough Circle. Got a crash in the Opryland area with the right shoulder blocked on Bradley Parkway southbound, right before McGavitt Pike, exit 12 area. And Laverne's still working that crash at I-24 westbound at Walden Road, exit 64. We got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was talking in the previous segment about the downfall of the legacy media. This is a perfect example. By the way, I got some information on Carmelo Anthony coming up. That is, I'm not going to say that it's shocking. I'm not, because it all tracks, but some details on Carmelo Anthony coming up here in just a moment. But, I was talking about the downfall of the legacy media. Obviously, one of the problems with the legacy media is how leftist and how woke they are. Listen to this. A veteran sports columnist at the Seattle Times just quit after his own paper, the Seattle Times, refused to run a column defending women's sports and Sophie Cunningham. So they won't even run a column that is defending women's sports. How crazy is that? It's like, oh no, we can't have the other side on this. I mean, I thought that good journalism was supposed to present both sides. This guy, I mean, clearly, I would assume that what was going on at the Seattle Times, you have a bunch of leftists who were saying, oh, we should have men in women's sports, and if you disagree that men should be in women's sports, then you're transphobic. All of that stuff, all of that complete and utter BS. And so all this guy wanted to do was defend women's sports and Sophie Cunningham, and the paper wouldn't even run the column. How crazy is that? So his quote is, "You can feel compassion for someone struggling with gender dysphoria and still understand why we separate men and women in sports." I think I said this the other day. Two things can be true at once. I don't hate people that are trans. I don't. To be perfectly candid, I could care less. I truly could care less. I got my own problems, man, and you're not one of them. But what I hate is being told that I hate them when I don't. Unless not giving a crap is considered transphobia, and for some of these people, maybe it is. But it's when you start messing with children and women's sports, that's when I get frustrated and angry. It doesn't mean that I'm transphobic. I can either have compassion or not care or whatever. but I can still want women's sports and children to be defended at every turn. But see, the left, best way to put this, they know that they're losing on the issue. So the only way that they can defend their opinion on this whole thing about allowing men into women's bathrooms or locker rooms or sports or allowing small children to transition, the only way that they can defend themselves is to say, oh, you're transphobic. Just like you want a secure border and you're racist, right? It's the same playbook. And so the sports writer says, two things can be true. You can feel compassion for someone struggling with gender dysphoria and still understand why we separate men and women in sports. The editors, he says, spiked it anyway, not because it was extreme, but because it didn't match the only opinion that they are allowed to print. So you wonder, as I was talking in the previous segment, you wonder, gee, why is it that fewer and fewer people are reading media these days? Or they trust or not trust the media, like the New York Times, for example. The news this morning, they have to pay a $9 million judgment against them for libel and defamation because they got a story wrong. And it appears they knew that they got the story wrong, but they took their sweet A time in correcting it. Meantime, the guy who was, the victim of their bad journalism, his life was being ruined. And now this story from the Seattle Times. So, I'm certainly not mourning the death of journalism. It is a long, slow death, but it is the death of journalism nonetheless. So we'll see where the whole thing goes. And I don't even know if there is anything new on Sophie Cunningham.
I was going to say, none the left works too.
And none the left, it does work too, doesn't it, Sam? Thank you very much. Anything new on Sophie Cunningham today?
No, but I did see, I don't know if we talked about it here the last couple of days. Apparently, they're going to be holding a hearing in Seattle for a recall of their mayor, Katie Wilson. You know, the one that's never actually had a job before?
Right. Yeah, she's a hardcore leftist. She's the one that said, go ahead, Starbucks, leave. Yeah. And they did.
Yeah, they're losing billions of dollars in tax revenue, not just in the state of Washington, but in Seattle as well. She has effectively sunk the city.
Even though she went out and she apologized. Remember that crying apology? I'm sorry, Starbucks, come back. It's like, no, what you did, and this is, look, go woke, go broke. Seattle is finding that out. But it's, it's not just the mayor, what she did with Starbucks when she said, bye, don't let the door hit you on the way out. She said that not only to Starbucks, but to, people with money and businesses and so forth. If you want to leave, leave. But let's also not forget that part of that woke mind virus that they have is they don't understand the right way to conquer the problem of homelessness. They don't understand the right way to conquer crime and all of the things that plague these kinds of cities. They don't understand because they've got too much of that woke mind virus going on in their head, and they're just, they are a complete and utter failure. And you know what? And I know this is controversial to say, but I'll take the business of Starbucks and some of these other companies, any day of the week. Seattle's loss ultimately is our gain. I know not everybody agrees with that. It is 7:45. Somebody's got the traffic on WTN. As far as weather goes, today, high of 90, possible rain. Saturday, sunny, 91, possible rain as well. Sunday, no rain, a high of 90, and lower humidity as well. That Seattle mayor, she just got into office like a few months ago.
Yeah, there's apparently a couple has filed the articles of petition. There's some polling data out of Seattle that says the majority of voters want her gone, and crime is like at an all-time high out there. It's just insane.
Listen, they voted for her, and there's nothing that she is doing that she didn't promise to do during the campaign. So I would say to people who are woke, be careful what you wish for. Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf, they are in the news this morning. And, Carmelo Anthony, he's trying to get a new trial. And so as part of that, some new evidence is coming forward, not only on Carmelo Anthony, but also on Austin Metcalf. So, everybody knows the story of Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. I don't have to, go into all the details of what happened. But now, because they're looking for a new trial, some new evidence is now being submitted. Text messages from Carmelo Anthony, creepy as all get out. Listen to this. 5 messages and allegations that prosecutors are now highlighting regarding Carmelo Anthony. These are some text messages that were sent to his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, whatever it was. One of the things that he said was, "I'm low-key on the verge." Now, that text message sent to his girlfriend along with a photograph of a knife. And so the prosecutor in this case, Bill Whipsky, I guess is his name. I have no idea. But, one of the things that he says is that this is evidence that Anthony was in a violent state of mind before the stabbing occurred. Low key on the verge with a picture of the knife. That seems to make sense to me. He was seething and looking for a fight. A stalking complaint from Carmelo Anthony's girlfriend, Worski, the guy's name is Worski, telling the court that Carmelo Anthony's former girlfriend visited school officials on the morning of April 2nd, 2025. She reportedly ended the relationship and alleged that Anthony had been stalking her. According to the prosecutor, Austin Metcalf was killed about an hour later. Number 3, and I think this is probably the worst one. Licking the blood off the blade is the headline. State prosecutor Bill Worski telling the court and the investigators that they recovered a text message in which Carmelo Anthony allegedly fantasized about stabbing someone and licking the blood off the blade. Prosecutors, of course, arguing the message reflected a violent obsession that predated the fatal confrontation. I think that is clear. According to the Daily Mail, the state prosecutor Worski said during the hearing, there is a text message where he fantasizes about stabbing someone, licking the blood off of the blade. We also find out more about his parents. Do you know that Carmelo Anthony's parents, they put him in a special program for children who struggle to control their aggression? There's no doubt that Carmelo Anthony was incredibly aggressive during the situation in which he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf. The prosecutor also claimed Anthony had a history of initiating fights. According to the state prosecutor Worski, Carmelo Anthony's parents enrolled him in a special LSU program for kids who had trouble controlling their anger and keeping their hands to themselves while he was living in Baton Rouge. His parents knew that he had a problem. And apparently, to their credit, they were trying to fix it, but clearly Carmelo Anthony had anger issues. He fantasized, according to the state prosecutor, and I agree, he fantasized about killing someone. And when you say that you want to lick the blood off of the blade, that shows that you have absolutely no appreciation for the sanctity of life. And that was Carmelo Anthony. Now, there's also some news about Austin Metcalf that I must report to you. He apparently, there's all kinds of graffiti. This is part of recorded documents. And so these aren't allegations. These are things that actually happened. Juvenile records, Austin Metcalf, juvenile records of bullying, of racist graffiti that he had painted. He was apparently arrested in elementary school for shoving a girl to the ground. She was injured, had to go to the hospital. There were other reported incidents as well, racist incidents that were reported as well. Eventually, he admitted to his church that he did have some anger issues and so forth. But here's the thing. All of that could be true. And clearly, Austin Metcalf did not deserve to be murdered. And we don't know exactly what happened with the fight between Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, only that Anthony was sitting where he wasn't supposed to sit. Metcalf asked him to move. There was an altercation, and Carmelo Anthony knowingly had that knife in his hand and pulled it out and stabbed Austin Metcalf in the heart. And by the way, Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, they didn't know each other. So it's not like you can say, well, Carmelo knew that Austin Metcalf was a racist. Nobody has said that Austin Metcalf, and Sam, fact check me on this, nobody has said that Austin Metcalf said anything racial. Not that it would matter, by the way, but nobody has said that Austin Metcalf said anything racial in the verbal altercation before his murder. So I have not read that anywhere. The question is, why was none of this brought up before the trial or during the trial of Carmelo Anthony? Well, the reason being is that apparently the two sides had and I'm going to air quote this, a gentleman's agreement not to bring these two situations up because I guess they were both part of their juvenile records.
Yeah, so there's no evidence or trial testimony that shows Austin Metcalf knew Carmelo Anthony prior to the incident, nor did prosecutors or defense attorneys claim that Metcalf used racial slurs during the confrontation.
Thank you very much, Sam. It is 7:53. Sam's got the news coming up at 8 o'clock. Sam.
Yeah, is the new Madrid seismic zone at fault? And suicidal empathy at its worst. We'll tell you about a white woman who swore her allegiance to ISIS again. That and more coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I love this headline from CNN just real quick. Flock cameras have now been vandalized in 33 states. I'm sorry, I'm not encouraging the flock cameras being vandalized.
I'm about to say it's what it sounds like.
I gotta make sure that I throw that out there. We're joking about this on the Mostly Peaceful podcast taped yesterday, where we're not advocating for or encouraging people to, vandalize these flock cameras. We can't help it if we snicker and find them funny. And we can't help it if we pause when we say, no, you shouldn't vandalize the flock cameras. You just shouldn't do it. We can't help it if there's a pause and people are, taking that to mean something other than, no, we're just pausing. In all seriousness, you don't want to vandalize property. People, though, are really angry. If you want to hear my interview with Hans von Spakovsky from yesterday, where we did talk about the constitutionality of the flock cameras, specifically in the state of Tennessee, we did podcast. You can find that at 997WTN.com. Middle Tennessee Ford, Mid-10 Ford. Now, times are tough. You know that. I know that. Certainly Mid-10 Ford knows that. So if you need a vehicle, you got to check out Mid-10 Ford because they are always looking for ways to save you money. Great selection, terrific pricing as well. They've been around for 56 years, as a matter of fact, helping people get the vehicle that is right for them. Now, right now, you can save $1,000 or more on select Ford trucks. Go to mid10fordtrucks.com. That's mid10fordtrucks.com. They also offer special financing if you need it as well. Mid-10 Ford, they are indeed a one-stop shop. You can buy your vehicle there, get it serviced as well. They do have a body shop too at Mid-10 Ford. Brand new or pre-owned, you can check out all the great deals at their website, mid10fordtrucks.com. You can get it all started right there at the website. Again, mid10fordtrucks.com. Always important you tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. They offer low-pressure sales, maximum customer service. This is a family-owned business going back 4 generations. So yes, they know how to treat customers. So let them help you get into your next vehicle. Call them 615-259-2050, 1319 Foster Avenue in Nashville. Mid-10 Ford, where trust comes first, mid10fordtrucks.com. Let their family take care of your family. Dan Mattis here for my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. By the way, I want to do a quick Daily Dan poll, and RJ has already put it up. Thank you, RJ. So the Daily Dan poll, the question is, how did we frame it, RJ?
Flock camera vandalism, is it justified?
There you go. All right, so good. Flock camera vandalism, is it justified? So, and basically yes or no? Because I said the comment that I made in just a few minutes ago, and people, the super text line is flooded with, of course it's justified, Mandis. Okay, so I want to know what you think. Take the Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube. Our camera here on the Nashville's Morning News still not working, so you'll not be able to see me, but you can take the Daily Dan poll and you can see all the video to the audio that we are playing on the radio. Dan Mandis here for Mark Spain Real Estate. If you're stuck in a home that you cannot sell, call my friends in Mark Spain. If your open houses are being ignored, call Mark Spain. If you are tired of making costly repairs while your home goes unsold, I want you to call Mark Spain. They can help you get out of that home and you can move on to the next chapter in your life. Their guaranteed offer does indeed keep you in control. You are going to get out of your home fast, and yes, with maximum profit as well. Now, they've got over 72,000 satisfied clients. They are Mark Spain Real Estate, the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. 13,000 five-star reviews cannot be wrong. Mark Spain Real Estate is the company that I recommend for selling your home. So call them right now, get out of your home fast, and move on to the next chapter in your life at 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. Tell him Dan told you to reach out, markspain.com. Go there, click on it, get a guaranteed offer on your home today, and start packing.
It is 8 a.m., and I'm Sam Rutherford with your top stories. It was an unusual overnight event in western Kentucky where severe storms, a confirmed tornado, and even an earthquake were all reported in the same area. According to Fox 17 meteorologist, a 2.3 magnitude earthquake was detected early Thursday morning as strong thunderstorms moved through the region. The quake occurred near an area where a tornado had been confirmed to have made a touchdown. Officials say there is currently no indication the earthquake and severe weather were connected. The earthquake was detected near the New Madrid seismic zone, a fault system that stretches through parts of the central United States, and is considered the most seismically active region east of the Rocky Mountains. Here locally, the Boring Company is looking to grow its Nashville workforce as construction continues on the Music City Loop project. Caitlin Hausler of the Tennessee Star reports the company announced it will hold a hiring event on August 28th for a variety of positions tied to the underground transit system. According to the company, it seeks electricians, welders, mechanics, engineers, construction managers, and other skilled workers as multiple tunnel boring machines continue to work on the project. Interviews will be scheduled by appointment for selected applicants, and interested candidates can apply through the company's Nashville hiring portal. The hiring push comes as the Music City Loop expands with more than 40 stations, reportedly in various stages of planning and design. The first phase of privately funded transit project is expected to connect downtown Nashville and B&A, making it a 10-minute commute with an anticipated opening of spring 2027. And the FBI has arrested a woman accused of planning an attack on the New York State Capitol building in Albany. ABC News chief correspondent Pierre Thomas has the details.
Authorities charging Jessica Bowie with providing material support to ISIS and claiming that she asked a confidential informant how to make a bomb that she planned to detonate while state lawmakers were in session. The FBI sent confidential informants posing as Islamic radicals to communicate with Bowie, who was 35 after she allegedly posted concerning comments online and allegedly swore her allegiance to the leader of ISIS.
Bowie is also a white woman who converted to Islam in an effort to join ISIS. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. As the market opens up this morning, the Dow futures are up 346 points, the NASDAQ futures are up 217 points, and the S&P is up 39 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News. Okay, got an accident in the June Lake area in Williamson County at I-65 northbound past the June Lake Boulevard exit. Antioch got an accident reported I-24 westbound at Harding Place, exit 56. Green Hills in Davidson County, there's a crash at Abbott Martin Road, west of Hillsborough Circle. Opryland still working that wreck. It was a crash with the right shoulder blocked on Briley Parkway southbound before McGavick Pike. And then Westmead, we have a crash at Charlotte Pike, west of River Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Last hour of the week for yours truly. Sam, would you have guessed that the question about whether or not our listeners to Nashville's Morning News on the Daily Dan poll on YouTube, what would your guess be as far as do they feel like vandalism against flock cameras is justified? What do you think it would be without looking? Because I know that you can look.
Without looking, I would assume, and I know that makes something out of me and you, but I would assume that our listeners would be, I would say indifferent because I don't want to say in favor of, but I don't think they'd necessarily be upset. That's the way I'd put it.
Split down the middle.
Really?
RJ tells me it's 50. All right, so hold on a second.
50-50.
50-50. All right, so I was supposed to have Mark Pody here. We had him on the phone, and then something happened. He got cut off. So State Senator Mark Pody, if you're listening, go ahead and just call us at 615-737-9986. I know that he's probably listening. So I want to talk to him about and hey, Sam, you can do like a real news thing, and you can pull audio from this interview, because State Senator Mark Pody is going to join us to talk about this possible $63 million ICE support facility that was going to go to Adams, Tennessee, but now it's going to be apparently in Donaldson. And Mark Pody, that is his territory there. That is part of his district. So we're trying to get him on. Is that him? All right. All right. Mark Pody, thanks for joining us here on Nashville's Morning News. How are you?
Dan, I'm doing terrific, man. And this was so relevant to what you guys are talking about.
Absolutely. So this, I don't know, kind of surprised me a little bit. Last week, heard this thing was going to be in Adams. Now suddenly they're talking about it being in Donaldson. So that is your purview. What do you know?
So, just to put this in context, the General Assembly, and we voted to make sure that we're supporting this, that we wanted our sheriffs to be involved in this. So we wanted to make sure if we were arresting somebody, they were here illegally, that we wanted the cooperation to have them given to the federal government. Now, all of a sudden that this is becoming a reality, there seems to be some people that are pushing back a lot. But this is something we've already addressed in the General Assembly and said that we wanted to make sure if somebody's here, they broke the law, they're here illegally, or, they're just literally criminals, we want them to be moving away from Tennessee and back to their home country. And we need facilities to do this. Now, we had an opportunity to, perhaps we're looking to say, should we house them for a little while, like in Wilson County? And that didn't happen, and there was a big outcry about that. But I believe this facility is more just to help move it along with the information, not necessarily to be housing them.
Yeah, this is, and I did some research on what they're looking at. And basically, this seems like a support facility for the counties that have the 287G programs. This is for the federal government to be able to coordinate with the 287G programs, where local law enforcement can perform specific immigration-related functions under ICE supervision. So apparently it's all about coordination and operational information between local authorities and the federal authorities as well. That's at least what I'm hearing, but I mean, I don't know how true that is. Do we know exactly what's going to be happening inside of this thing as of yet?
Not exactly, but that was my understanding as well. This is going to be more of a coordination type deal, not something where they're going to be housing and keeping people there, but it was going to be more coordinating between the local governments and the federal government, and including the state. So it was just kind of an operational center that everybody can be communicating.
Let me ask you this. Do we know exactly where in Donaldson it'll be?
I don't. I know that, when they kind of set out, here's the zip code and here's the area, I don't know what building it is that they're looking at. But, I do represent part of Davidson County, and I was kind of informed that it looks like it could be within the district.
Airport Center Drive is where they're talking about. And yeah. I guess part of what I don't really understand, and maybe you can help me understand, and I say this as a big-time supporter of ICE, and, I'm a law and order conservative, as anybody knows. Why does it sometimes seem like there is secrecy around these locations?
Well, as soon as some of the locations are out, it just seems it draws people out to protest. It draws people out very quickly that are not law enforcement, that don't want to have this kind of things happening. They're more saying, we want this to be a sanctuary city. They want to be causing more chaos than anything else. And if they can cause enough chaos, it seems that it moves the federal government from looking at one spot to another.
Yeah.
But in this case, I think that we're here. We don't want sanctuary cities in Tennessee. We don't want Davidson County to be a sanctuary city. We want law enforcement. We want to make sure that if we pass laws, that they're going to be enforced, and we want to make sure we're supporting our law enforcement.
Are you worried, State Senator Mark Pody, are you worried that, the mayor, Freddie O'Connell, maybe Metro City Council, both of whom seem to be more pro-illegal alien and anti-ICE, are you worried that they're going to try to do some sort of legal maneuvering to try to stop this from happening?
And they might try, but I don't think that they've got the purview within the local government was created by the state governments. So Tennessee is the one that actually created Davidson County and created Nashville. So if they step out of bounds or they go too far, the state of Tennessee can actually rein in what they have and what their authority is. So we still have the opportunity to put a check in, even if they were trying, and they're trying to go against the General Assembly. In this case, the General Assembly is the one that created that entity. And if we had to come back in the General Assembly in January to address that, we would. So they might make some noise along those lines, but I don't think that they would have any success in trying to implement something like that. We even implemented that they cannot have sanctuary cities in Tennessee.
And I love that about the state of Tennessee. There's some things that the state legislature does that I don't like. Majority of the stuff, though, I really like what you folks do there in the state legislature. $63 million, is this the kind of thing where, because I remember reading, at least when it was supposed to go to Adams, that the original contract was for a year, but then there is a lot more money that could be piled in for another couple of years after that. Do we have any idea as to how long this contract goes, or maybe when this facility might be opened?
And I don't have purview to that, so I don't have any of those exact details. I was just informed that it looks like it could be coming to the Davidson County into that area, but that was all that I was told. But it was my understanding as well. It wasn't going to be a place where they're going to be housing. It was going to be more informational and administrative more than anything else.
All right, Mark Pody, I don't think I have anything else for you unless I've missed something in my question asking. Otherwise, I think we're all good. Is there anything I missed?
Nope, Dan, I appreciate it. I'm going to tell you that this was actually addressed by the General Assembly. We said we wanted this kind of cooperation earlier, in the year. We passed that, and now that it's coming to pass, I don't think that it's going to be something that would be surprising most Tennesseans when we said this is something that we voted on and we passed it, and we want to make sure that we're implementing it.
All right, thank you. Very much appreciate it, and we'll talk to you again soon. Always appreciate your availability.
Thanks, Dan. Bye.
8:15. All right, so 2433. You're going to love this, Sam. 2433 says, Law and Order Conservative, as you promote vandalism of what is currently a legal device.
Whoa. Promotion
I
of.
didn't promote any such thing. I talked about people vandalizing the flock cameras that are invading our privacy and surveilling us and our every move. I didn't say that, people should, use them for target practice. I never said, no, I'm totally kidding. 24, and I'm totally kidding. I actually don't want people to shoot them. I don't want people to shoot them. Because you know what? Some people are lousy shots, and they could end up like hurting somebody, somebody who is, walking around out there, you know what I'm talking about? So I don't want people to shoot them, and I want us to figure out as a state and as a nation, how do we deal with these flock cameras?
I just want to say for the record, our daily Dan poll on the flock camera vandalism has fully shifted now, and no is leading by a solid margin.
When you say no, how did we frame the question?
We asked, is it justified?
Okay, so more people now are saying no, it is not justified.
Yes, to vandalize the cameras.
Have I said, Sam, how much I don't believe that they should be vandalized? I want to make sure that I agree with the audience.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
You said you found it funny.
I did not say did I say it?
Yeah.
You implied you found it funny.
I'm tired of you two ganging up on me today. When is Joan getting back? I'm just
Wednesday.
Kidding. Wednesday?
Yeah.
I thought she was getting back Tuesday.
No, she gets back Wednesday. You'll have either myself or Jay Harper through Tuesday.
Whatever. Yeah,
if you're missing Joan, I can play a growl.
Growl. There you go. We all miss Joan Jones, and we love the Joan Jones growl. Do you know what I think of? Get the growl ready. Do you know what I think of when I think of people vandalizing flock cameras? Growl. That's what I think of. I growl at it, Sam. I don't want people to, mess up private property and all that.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and play that growl one more time.
Growl. But if you conveniently stage something in front of it, I don't think that counts as vandalism. I'm just saying.
All right, moving right along. 9069 says, your property, hit it with a hammer. Okay, so if somebody puts a flock camera on your property, you can take it out, can't you?
To my knowledge, if they put it directly on your property.
If somebody, if I've got, so what if your neighbor, this is the thing. What if your neighbor put a flock camera so that they can watch your home's every move?
Then I would acquire a well-trained hawk. Or falcon. I'd get into falconry, and I would train that falcon.
Would you get into falconry?
I would get into falconry. I would get into falconry, and I'd go falcon. That flock camera.
Sure.
Poop all over it.
Aim.
Ready, set, fire!
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that, if somebody has a camera fixated on, that's happening now already. Cameras are already fixated on, because if somebody's got one of those what do they call them, ring doorbell things?
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah, so if somebody's got one of those and you live across the street, well, then you've already got a camera fixated on your house.
Yeah, but the difference is in what data it's tracking and storing. I know for a fact with my settings on my Ring doorbell, it will detect any object up to 30 feet from my door. And then it'll go off and send a motion alert and capture whatever moves through it. And where I live, I get a lot of tractors moving through. 90% of my notifications are a tractor or a truck pulling a trailer or something. Yeah. And, it stores it for a limited amount of time as it passes by. But as far as directly across the street, and this is part of the reason I'm anti tight-knit neighborhood. I like my space,
Yeah.
Is sometimes you can't really control because it's also a single-party consent state. So I have the right to record you if you're outside in public, and technically being outside, even if you're on your property, would be considered being out in public.
All right. Well, we all keep talking about flock cameras, and I don't think, believe it or not, because I don't know, I'm a little burned out on the flock talk.
Flock talk?
The flock talk, maybe if you want some good flock talk, Chris Hand. You know what? If somebody wants to make a promo, Chris Hand, flock talk, after the news at 9, we could, whatever. Anyway, it is 8:20, and Super Talk 99.7 WTN Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. So the vast majority of people apparently now who listen to WTN are anti-vandalizing of the flock cameras. I'm going to ask Chris Hand how he feels about vandalizing flock cameras. I would be interested. What do you think, Chris? You think Chris is pro or anti-vandalism?
I think we know the answer.
I don't know.
He could be like you. He just doesn't give a flock.
Oh, I do give a flock. I don't think that they should be vandalized because I am a law and order conservative. But at the same time, you know what? If they're invading privacy and they are monitoring our every move the way that they are and using AI to be able to predict our every move, I've got a problem with that. So anyway, the courts are going to figure all of that out. It is 8:22 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Let's see here. Sam has the news coming up at 8:30. Sam, what are we doing? That's the... All right, that is the traffic at 8:21. So now, Sam, what is going to happen in the news at 8:30? There we go.
Well, a Tennessee teen speaks out on her reasoning to storm a middle school football game, and a North Carolina man has been released on a $300,000 bond despite allegedly killing 2 Milligan college students. We have those stories and more coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:22, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I want to tell you about my friends at Contours. Listen, I know a lot of you parents, you're finally free. The kids are back in school. It is time for some you time. Guys, ladies, it's time for some you time. Contours can help you out, or me time, I guess is what people say, but whatever. So you go to Contours and they're going to help you feel a lot better about yourself. They are going to help you get rid of those love handles that have been bugging you for years. Now, you know what Contours specializes in, right? Contours, they specialize in red light technology. It is all the rage these days. They have all the latest technology and equipment to help you lose that unwanted fat. They can also work on the wrinkles on your face. Red light technology, again, it is all the rage. People love it. And for Contours, they specialize in it. And you want to check them out today. Go to Contours. You're going to get a special price right now of $99. That is going to get you a Belly Buster special. First 10 callers right now, you will get that Belly Buster special for only $99. 615-236-9960. It is the Dan deal. 615-236-9960. If you want to get some help from Contours to get rid of those love handles, they can help you utilizing that red light technology. First 10 callers right now, $99 special, 615-236-9960. And by the way, if you don't lose 2 inches across the middle, it is free. 615-236-9960. Find out a lot more about Contours. It is ContoursLLC.com. That is ContoursLLC.com. Dan Mandis here, 827. Back to school time means back to busy schedules, homework and activities, and the last thing you need to deal with is your HVAC. Let Busy Bee do that for you with big time savings. Now, this month you schedule any HVAC maintenance or repair and you get a free dryer vent cleaning. That's right. That is added safety and one less thing that you have to worry about. Now, if you need a new HVAC system and you buy a high efficiency unit, you're going to be entered to win Busy Bee's Healthy Hive giveaway. That is a $1,500 sponsorship for the local school of your choice. You can also gift your favorite teacher or staff member a Beehive membership. You can also get a $500 gift card with qualifying whole home repipes or mainline replacements. And with approved credit, enjoy 0% financing for 18 months. They're always looking for ways to save you money. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Find them online anytime. BusyBeeHVAC.com. $829 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, a few things. So the question was asked, can a regular Joe or Sam or RJ or Dan actually purchase a flock camera just as like regular people and not law enforcement or what have you? And yes, you can. According to RJ's quick Google, you can lease one for a couple $1,000s a year.
$2,500 to $3,000 a year.
All right. So somebody said they're going to buy a, somebody said on the super text line, this isn't creepy at all, said that they're going to buy a house next to mine and they just put up a flock camera just to drive me nuts. You know what? If you want to find me like in my bathrobe or going out to my hot tub at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday morning, you go right on ahead, man.
I mean, fine and dandy, but you're already nuts as it is.
That's right. And you know what they say when you see me going out into the hot tub at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday? They call that fine and dandy, is what they say. Yep. Glad I went here. It is 8:30 Super Talk. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 8:30 a.m. on the dot, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your top stories. New court documents are shedding light on the crash that killed 2 Milligan University cyclists and injured 9 others in Carter County, the Tennessee Star's Tom Pappert reports. According to a Tennessee Highway Patrol affidavit, investigators found no physical evidence that the driver applied his brakes or took any evasive action before striking a group of university cyclists on Highway 19 East. Authorities say 69-year-old John Alexander Benfield of North Carolina told investigators he did not see the cyclists until a vehicle in front of him changed lanes. Benfield is charged with 2 counts of reckless vehicular homicide and 5 counts of reckless aggravated assault. The crash claimed the lives of Milligan University sophomores Halen Engdahl and Braden Rogers, while several other cyclists suffered serious injuries, with 4 still in the surgical ICU. Investigators say the case remains under review and additional charges could be filed as the investigation continues. Benfield, however, has been released on a $300,000 bond. And to Michigan we go, with Democrat Senate nominee Abdul Saeed facing renewed scrutiny following reports about his family's connections to an organization that was later designated by the U.S. government for supporting terrorism, the National News Desk reports. According to the reporting cited by National News Desk, Al-Saeed's birth mother, Fatin El-Komi, that's how it's spelled, worked for the Islamic American Relief Agency, or the IARA, from 1999 through at least 2004. The U.S. Treasury Department designated the organization in 2004, alleging it provided support to terrorist groups and figures, including Hamas and Osama bin Laden. The report says El-Komi's name appeared in court exhibits connected to a later federal case involving the IARA. However, the reports also note that El-Komi was never charged with the crime or named as a co-conspirator in that case. This story comes as Al-Saeed campaigns for an open U.S. Senate seat in Michigan and faces increased attention over both his policy positions and campaign support. The U.S. Department of Justice says a Memphis man convicted in a series of armed fast food restaurant robberies will serve more than 14 years in federal prison after federal prosecutors pursued charges that had previously been dismissed in the state court. According to the DOJ, 25-year-old Clayton Bratcher robbed 2 McDonald's restaurants and a Taco Bell in Memphis in July of 2023, allegedly pointing a firearm at employees through a drive-through window and demanding cash. Prosecutors say Bratcher was initially charged in state court, but 2 of the 3 robbery counts were later dismissed as part of a plea agreement that resulted in an 8-year prison sentence. Federal authorities later indicted Bratcher on the dismissed robbery charges. After pleading guilty, he was sentenced to 14 years and 1 day in federal prison to run consecutively to his existing state sentence, creating an effective sentence of roughly 22 years. And the Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. As things get rolling this morning, the Dow is up 282 points, the NASDAQ is up 145, and the S&P is up 26.5. That's the latest news. We'll have your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
Thank you, Sam. 833, Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. For my friends at the Covered Patio, listen, warmer weather means you want to spend more time outside. Of course, fall is coming. That is my favorite time to sit on my back patio. Now, if you don't have a patio, my friends at the Covered Patio, they can build you an amazing one if you've already got one, but you want to upgrade it. Check out the Covered Patio at their website, thecoveredpatio.com. How can they help you upgrade your patio? Now, they've got motorized screens so that you can easily keep the patio open when you want some sun and closed when you want some shade. So your back screen and porch becomes a lot more enjoyable. As a matter of fact, at the Covered Patio, they've got a ton of outdoor options with motorized screens and patio covers and custom wooden decks and outdoor structures as well. They've got a ton of options with styles for every budget. Now, the Covered Patio, they are dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions as well for your specific home and your specific space. Or your specific face. Check them out, 615-695-2407, 615-695-2407. How can they help you with your patio? Find them online, thecoveredpatio.com, thecoveredpatio.com.
All right, we got a crash reported at Elm Hill Pike at Arlington Avenue over there in South Nashville. South side, we've got a crash I-40 westbound before Hermitage Avenue with the right shoulder block. There's one car. Talbot's Corner, injury accident. That's going to be Hart Lane, Ellington Parkway over in that Trinity Lane area. Creve Hall, there's an accident reported I-65 northbound at Harding Place. And in Franklin, Williamson County, concrete has spilled in the left lane on Murfreesboro Road eastbound past Williamson Square. So watch out for that this morning. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Chris, I am devastated. I can't believe what I've just found out.
Oh, I thought it was because you said Pacific Faces.
No, I didn't.
As opposed to Atlantic Faces?
So I'm ignoring the two of you.
What? Why? You asked me a question.
What did I ask you? I don't even know. Now you guys got me all confused. Can we start over and not blow the bit? Chris, I'm so upset. I'm devastated at what I have found out.
Tell me, Dan.
Thank you. That's all I had to do. I missed my 40-year high school reunion.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
How will you ever recover?
I don't know. You know what? Now I'm just going to have to wait for the 50th.
The 50's the big one, right?
I guess if you want it to be cleared out, not as busy because, not as crowded because a lot of people are going to be dead.
I just skipped me. Oh, jeez.
Sorry. Maybe I'll be dead, whatever.
And your squad in California, I mean, they're boost maxed. So you never know.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
That herd's going to be thinning out.
I wonder how many Stevens you went to high school with that are now Stephanies.
I don't know. I have not kept up with one person from high school. Every once in a while, I see one of them on Facebook, and they are just, flaming leftists. One guy, my buddy Jim, when I don't want to out him, not that people from my high school listen, but one guy, Jim, is one of the 4 hallway dwellers that, we all hung out together. That is apparently very conservative. He actually, Jim heard me on Red Eye Radio.
No kidding.
Like randomly. He was like, is that the idiot that I used to hang out with in high school?
That's hilarious.
And so I got an email and it's like, Dan, it's Jim, and so we started going back and forth. And, he'll tell you that California has turned into, as everyone knows, a complete crap show. But, I thought, why would I want to go to the high school reunion so that I could be around the same people that ignored me 40 years ago so that they could ignore me again?
I actually just skipped my 20-year high school reunion for
Did
a
you?
similar reason.
Okay.
Then it was like, I felt like the questions would be, hey, Chris, what are you up to these days? And I'd be like, just Nazi things, That's what I figured the conversation would look like.
You guys are getting invited to your high school reunions?
We did have, we had an Angela turn to an Andrew in my graduating class.
Did you really?
And I'm not even trying to make a joke. Like, I just feel bad. Like,
Did it feel bad for Angela or Andrew? Which one?
I feel bad for Angela.
Okay.
Like,
so she turned into a he.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think it's heartbreaking. I really do. And then I think you get in those liberal echo chambers where everybody's going to tell you it's stunning and brave, and then there's no coming back.
Okay, let me ask you this question, though. When Angela turned into Andrew, were you like, that tracks?
I didn't find out until they made a special Instagram page for the whole reunion, the 20-year.
Yeah.
So I did. I kind of just scrolled through who was following it, and I went, who the hell is that? And then I looked a little bit closer. I was like, who is that? And then I kept
It's Angela's
scrolling,
brother.
And then I went, oh,
yeah.
my.
Well, actually, Sam brings up a great point. Are you supposed to be invited to your high school reunion? Like how they would find me, I don't know. But are you supposed to be invited to your high school reunion, or are you just supposed to I graduated 40 years ago.
Supposed to invite you. So you weren't invited, is what you're telling us.
No, I was not invited.
Well, that tracks.
Yeah, there's supposed to be like an alumni board with maybe like a couple of chairs on it, and they kind of, put the thing together and send out the invites.
I was not invited. Maybe they know I'm a Nazi. You think that's it? Do you think they heard me on the radio and they were like, "We're not inviting him"?
Yep.
That dude's crazy.
It's probably what happened.
He believes men are men and women are women, and
bigot.
He'll bring ice to the reunion.
Only citizens should vote. That Nazi.
That would have been funny. I'm going to go to the next one, and I'm going to dress up like I'm an ICE agent now.
That's what you could do. That's what I could do. It's like, hey, yeah, somebody's got to bring ice for the sodas. I just go ahead and bring ice.
You got to coordinate with the DJ to play Vanilla Ice on the way in.
That we could do as well.
It's hilarious.
Anyway, so yeah, I didn't go. So I missed it. Now, had I even remembered that it was back in July or had somebody contacted me, I went to my 10-year and I was underwhelmed. I kid you not. I was ignored at my 10-year reunion. So I was ignored in high school. I was ignored at the 10-year. So I don't know why I would even do the 40-year. Maybe at the 50-year, when there's going to be less of us, maybe then I'd get more attention and somebody would actually say hello to me. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah. All right.
Is California the most liberal state, or is Massachusetts?
Boy, that is a great question. I don't know. Which is more liberal?
Tell me what you think. And then I'll tell you why you're wrong.
Massachusetts is more liberal because they don't have any Republican representation anywhere. In California, they've actually got some Republicans.
It was actually a trick question. The correct answer the whole time was Maine. To
Maine?
mark National Breastfeeding Month, observed every August, the Maine State Breastfeeding Coalition posted an image, and the image celebrates translactation.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Translactation.
Hold on, there's more.
Okay.
Why? Why does there have to be more?
Yes, there's more. But wait.
Why do you have to give us more?
But wait, there's more. They celebrate translactation and two-spirit chest feeding.
Okay, so what exactly is two-spirit chest feeding?
Well, I'll show you, Dan, because they
please don't.
posted an image.
Okay.
And in this image, I'll just say, I don't know how to describe anything other than the mug that this person is holding.
Okay.
The mug that the person is holding, which I'm assuming is drinking coffee, says, "Milk makes families." Why don't you describe the image for the audience, Dan?
Oh, my Lord. Okay, so.
For those not watching, Dan just physically shook before taking this laptop.
So you have an obese man.
No. Don't be a bigot.
I'm sorry. I don't know what it is. Well, okay, first of all, it's got a beard.
I would imagine that it's a woman with a beard because they're hooked up to a milking machine.
Well, he's got a bottle on each nipple.
Yeah, so it's one of the pumps.
Yeah, 2 pumps on each nipple. Maine State Breastfeeding Coalition. And is Chris's camera working?
Yeah, yes, we've got his camera working, and we got it on both of you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I mean, you know what bothers me about that? There's a lot of things that bother me about that.
It's nightmare fuel, Dan.
It is. It's like, first of all, if you're going to pretend to be a woman, just shave off the beard. Just make it easier for people to accept it. Not that I would,
This woman is pretending to be a man.
Ugh.
That woman is pretending to be.
And in the spirit of
the two-spirit.
In the spirit of two-spirit chest feeding, they appropriated some culture and gave this bearded woman earrings with feathers on them.
Oh my God.
Because,
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I sure do.
4702 says translactation is how we get almond milk.
The image was posted to the coalition's Instagram page, but the account has since been deleted. The image featured a large identifying male hooked up to a breast pump, holding a mug that reads, "Milk makes families."
Okay, I need to go back to that is a woman pretending to be a man. So
and it's like an artist rendering. Or it's they threw it through an AI and made it a cartoon.
Right.
But they also made her fat.
Well, I know. Why make her fat? But
body positivity, Dan.
But here's
stunning and brave.
Here's why I'm confused though. If she is pretending to be a he, then why is she doing breast milk? Because men don't do that unless.
Dan, you're being bigoted. It's called chest feeding. Okay. The trans men are very upset when you refer to their upper corridor as breasts.
Also, come on, man. Get with the times. The caption read, "National Breastfeeding Month is for every family."
Okay. No, it's not.
No.
We're proud to...
I don't...
Hold on. Give me a second. Let me get through the caption.
Let him get the milk out.
We're proud to celebrate and uplift translactation, chest feeding, and two-spirit families during National Breastfeeding Month. Every family deserves affirming, respectful, and evidence-based care. Creating inclusive spaces means recognizing that parents use different words to describe their feeding journeys. and honoring each person's identity and lived experience.
It's very touching, Chris. Very touching indeed.
So you were wrong. The most liberal state is Maine. long.
Yeah, but
we danced around it for a while. But let's get back to the core issue here.
Yeah. Was it nut juice we talked about yesterday? Was that what we talked about?
You want to, is that a little bit less awkward than
No.
uplifting trans lactators?
So, no. I was at my favorite coffee shop yesterday.
Oh, and you said you put a splash of nut juice in that for me?
Guy said, as I'm sitting there, as he's walking by, did you put any nut juice in that, Mantis?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Not all heroes wear capes.
Amazing.
Very fun. And I just laughed. I love when that. I just absolutely love when that happens. So, okay. So you said something though, Sam, I was confused about. So breasts and chests.
Yeah.
Is there a difference? Like according to the trans people or whatever?
According to the trans community, yes, there is.
Or so what? Just tell me.
So what I categorize, and I think Chris would agree with me, is these heavily traumatized women that believe that they're men.
Okay.
They reject the identity of the female body, so they don't want their chest referred to as breasts. Just call it a chest, because that's what men refer to their, they beat their chest. We don't beat on our breasts, even though we technically that's what it's called scientifically up here too. So yeah, they're very offended by that word or any other euphemism, boob, whatever. They don't like that. They will get... I just, speaking from experience, had a lady at a coffee shop, because she was a lady.
During National Breastfeeding Month, can't we just roll with milkers?
That'd be my preference. But
Anyway,
I had a lady get verbally violent with me over that discussion.
My preferred
got
choice is
verbally
calcium
violent.
cannons.
Calcium cannons.
Oh my
There you go.
That's a good one.
You don't say anything all day, RJ, and that's what he comes up with. Calcium cannons. All right, very good.
The worst part is actually the dudes that think they can lactate. They take a hormone to make it happen, and they think that they are able to breastfeed. That's where it's even grosser.
I don't get it, and I want all these people to just go away. Just get out of my social media feed. Get off my computer, and I don't want to deal with you.
In the back of this image, it has the little feathers on a gay heart, and it says Two-Spirit Pride. It's like, yeah, there are two wolves inside of you. Both of them are super gay.
All right.
5727. Chesticles.
Chesticles is good.
Yeah, nipple drippers. Nipple drippers, 1586. Thank you.
I'm so glad the Native Americans can see how well they're represented these days.
Yeah. Anyway, it's been a good show.
Yeah.
It's been a great show.
You ready for the weekend?
Yes, I am, actually. Very good. All right, it is 8:50. Oh, we were going to ask if you were pro flock vandalism.
Well, I think you'd have to tune into the Mostly Peaceful podcast that drops tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Did we talk about that?
Yeah, we did.
Can I just tell you that yesterday's taping of I think that was my favorite one we've ever done.
It was pretty good.
Because we went in there and it's like, we last couple times we've gone in, no notes, no what are we going to talk about? We just start talking. And I think we talked about yesterday what amendment would you most want to repeal?
Yep. We did.
So we talked about that.
Which amendment was that, Chris?
14th.
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you said.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Are you sure? You know what? People have to tune into the Mostly Peaceful to find out.
I went with 14th, 17th, and 22nd.
I didn't realize it was a multiple choice.
I had a few.
Yeah, or D, all of the above,
which
is fine.
Yeah, I went with 14th Amendment. That was my lead.
It was because we did talk about repealing the 19th. We did talk about that.
Yeah.
So if you want to, did I get a little heated on that? I don't know if I got mad.
Dan
I
was
just
like,
got.
I want women voting.
No, I just didn't understand why people would be so dumb to have that conversation.
It's like a conversation that goes nowhere. It's never going to go anywhere.
Right. So why would people on our side, and I'm air quoting that, why would people on our side have that lame conversation because all that does is that gives fodder for our enemy.
Well, hindsight's 2020.
Back to the flock cameras.
Yes, please.
I giggle when I see people vandalize them, but I got young children, so I probably won't do it on my own.
You could pay them to do it.
But I would say it was very illegal for the colonists to dump that tea in the harbor.
Yeah, there it was. Sure. And you know what? I bet you all 4 of your kids, soon to be 5, teach them how to use slingshots until they're old enough to use a gun. And then see what happens.
Until they're old enough to use a gun?
I may or may not have had the conversation with Kennedy that she won't be charged as an adult.
Oh, my gosh. That's funny. All right, real quick, RJ, what are people saying about the Daily Dan poll?
The Daily Dan poll came out with vandalizing flock cameras not being justified and a 60-40%.
60-40. So the majority of people, 60% said it is not justified. 40% they say that it is justified.
I got to shout out 2432 on the super text line. Said vandalizing flock cameras, just hire some migrants to do it.
About a third of the people that voted not justified know that the government's building a profile on them and they don't want to be on that list when they start taking them out.
That is exactly what it is. All right, very good. Do you have any ball games this weekend?
There's always ball games, Dan.
Okay. It never ends.
I thought we were going to get an off season. We didn't.
They call it winter ball.
Onward.
They call it winter or fall ball.
The left would like you to use the term spherical object game. I don't want it referred to as ball.
Spherical object.
Yeah, spherical object game.
Spherical object. Okay. Sam, you're really good at the news today. Stick to that. I'm totally kidding.
Okay.
By the way, Sam, great job today. RJ, great job today.
Thank you very much.
Cameron, you suck today.
Yeah.
I'm talking to this is where my job has gotten me now. I'm speaking and yelling at inanimate objects. The studio camera not working today. Hopefully they'll get it working for you.
John in Lawrenceburg said, it's funny how animals get it right with no confusion, but humans cannot. It's also important to point out that 99.9% of sex in the animal kingdom is rape.
It is not.
Yeah, it is.
99.9%
of sex in the animal kingdom is rape. Watch the National Geographic Channel.
I am not going to watch that. That sounds violent and disturbing.
As we see the male lion move in on the lioness.
8:55, Sam's got the news coming up.
Animals get it right. That's the argument.
They don't eat their young.
Sam's got the news at 9. Sam, please.
Yeah. Well, in conjunction with that Daily Dan poll, what the flock was this LA deputy thinking? And a missing Colorado man was found, but not in the way people had hoped. Those stories and more at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8.56 Generator Super Center. Listen, one of your biggest priorities in life is to protect your family. And if the power goes out in your neighborhood, you need to get it back on quick. You need the Generator Super Center. Now, you've seen the horror stories of power. We've lived through it, actually, of power being out for days or weeks at a time here in Middle Tennessee. The Generator Super Center provides backup home standby generators at a terrific price and outstanding customer service as well. So check him out online, GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com. See how you can save $500 at that website. As always, tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Save $500, GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com. They feature turnkey installation, certified plumbers and electricians, and service after the install, and a whole lot more. So check them out. Call them 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. And don't forget to check out that website, GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com, and see how you can save $500.